Why do 70% of critical thinkers ditch Disney Plus? Because they found something better. In today's economy, every dollar counts. So what's worth subscribing to? Let's compare Disney Plus and no Soundbites allowed. With Disney Plus, you're shelling out $140 a year for virtue signaling shows targeting mythical modern audiences. Plus, a theater visit could cost you $40 or more. Ouch. Now imagine a platform where fresh perspectives, insightful interviews, and engaging discussions are at your fingertips. That's no Soundbites allowed. And the best part? It's free with an option to support only if you choose. While Disney Plus ticks off virtue signal checkboxes, no Soundbites allowed offers real talk and sharp analysis. Perfect for those who crave depth and clarity. Why break the bank for entertainment? Subscribe to No Soundbites Allowed and enjoy meaningful content without the hefty price tag. All right, hello everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss. I'm happy to be here with you today. It is this is August 18th. It's 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I'm happy to be here with you in our offices in the Bronx, New York, talking to you as we do every week about the issues that are affecting each and every one of us, like the 2024 election, whether or not Kamala Harris can live up to the promise she has made to lower food prices, and whether or not that should be done right now. Can it be done right now? That's the big question I think a lot of people want to ask and get answered. Let's talk about housing prices. Let's talk about what's happening internationally. The American hostages being held by Hamas right now, and how that's affecting whether or not Iran attacks Israel as we speak. Talking about what's happening in England and how that may come over to the United States. Talking about a lot of the issues that are affecting us all across the world, because we are all together in this. And so we're going to have that conversation. And I think it will be, I think you'll enjoy it. If this is the first time that you're seeing our channel, we welcome you. We thank you for being part of our audience. We want you to know that every week we do this because we believe in free speech. We believe in hearing your voices from across the world. It's not just an American principle. It's for everyone in the world. It helps to make the world much better. And we invite everyone to be able to reach us. As you can see coming across the screen right now, not only are you able to reach us on chat, at YouTube and Facebook and, well, not Twitter, but Rumble. Not only are you able to do super chats to reach out to us and reach us a little bit faster, but you can also call in to 929-715-8569. Matter of fact, let me make sure that I've got the phone set up for you. Give me 2 seconds here. And with that said, our phone line is now up, and it is ready for any calls coming in. So you can call in about whatever issue is important to you, whether we're talking about it or not, to tell us about things that are happening across the world. Because this is a conversation for everyone. This is a conversation we're having with you. It's not just me talking to you. So I hope everyone can hear that. By the way, can someone let me know about the sound level? Just before we started up, literally 5 minutes before the show, my sound levels went crazy. I had to change my microphone. I tried to reset the sound levels. I'm not sure where they are at this moment. So that kind of threw me off at the start of the show. Can someone just leave a chat message and say, Mike, sound levels are up, down? Sounds fine. Okay. Thank you, Janice. And as you can see, like Janice, you too can leave a comment, again, on YouTube, on Rumble, on most social media. So with that said, let's get into the show. Now, for those who are not familiar, we normally start off with the international, breaking news, and then go into international news, and then go into what's happening domestically here in the United States. Now, at this moment, one of the biggest things, and it is kind of breaking news, it is at least trending news right now, is today is the 103rd anniversary of the 19th Amendment. This gave the right to vote to women. It's a big deal. And we know that there are a lot of women right now who are talking about they want to vote for Kamala Harris simply because she's a woman, for a characteristic. Just like many people who are voting for Kamala because she's a person of color. Some would say she's black or African American, depends on how you want to define it. But there are people who are voting for characteristics. And one of the characteristics being hyped up today is the vote. That women have a right to vote, and you must vote. If you're a woman, you must vote for Kamala Harris. Otherwise, you're a traitor to your gender, your sex. You have something is wrong because you have to. She's a woman. She's going to break through the glass ceiling. It's the exact same argument that was made with Barack Obama. He's black. You have to vote for him because he's black. Not because he's good, not because he's qualified, not because he's putting out policies that are effective or efficient. It's simply because he has the correct checkbox. Well, we're seeing that now with Kamala Harris. And next week, starting Monday, we're going to see the DNC, the Democratic National Committee, have their convention in Chicago. And that entire event will be talking about the check boxes. Kamala Harris is a person of color. She's a woman. You have to vote for her. She's a Democrat. You have to vote for her because she has the right check boxes. This is the ultimate virtue signal that we're going to be seeing happening this week. And I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. Now, when you look at the actual fact, and most people have not, in the 66th Congress, that was in 1919. It was actually in, I believe, March and November of June 1st of 1919, women were given the right to vote because Republicans came together and they pushed for women to get the vote. Now, Democrats take all the credit for it. Democrats today are telling you, you have to vote because Republicans are evil and Republicans are bad people and they'll take away all your rights. Republicans were the one who gave women the right to vote. Democrats were against it, almost 50-50. It was Democrats voted 17 out of, They had 17 voting against, 9 Democrats didn't vote at all, and only 20 Democrats voted for it. 36 Republicans voted for women to have the right to vote. 8 voted against, and 5 didn't vote at all. Look at the numbers, folks. That tells you something. And when you look at the House, well, in the House, 200 Republicans voted to give women the right to vote. Only 102 Democrats did the same thing. And at that time, there were third parties in the United States. There's the union laborers, which would later go into Democratic Party. They voted for women, and prohibitionists voted for women to have the right to vote as well. 77% of the House voted for women to vote. And most of the people voting against women having the right to vote were Democrats. 70 in the House. Now, this tends to go with the history that we see in the Democratic Party. What party was against giving black Americans the right to vote, to be a citizen? The Democratic Party. And that's what we have seen. Jim Crow laws, where did that come from? From Democrats. The KKK came from Democrats. Now, today, we have a revisionist view of the past. And as you see this trending today, talking about the 19th Amendment, look at the history to tell you about what may be happening in the future. It's about Democrats having control, and they didn't want other groups of people, whether that be women or people of color, to have a vote. It would dilute the power that Democrats had. And the people who actually said, oh, no, they're American citizens. American citizens have a right to vote. They are citizens. They have all the rights imbued by the Constitution and the Amendment. Who's the one party that consistently has said that? The Republican Party. Not the Democrats, the Republican Party. So if you truly want to believe in the 19th Amendment, if you want to support the 19th Amendment, as we're seeing trending today, then you actually want to support Republicans, I would think. Now, you may disagree, and I'm happy to see the chat and see what people have to say, but I would believe that if you're going by who has traditionally supported women's rights, you're looking at Republicans, not Democrats. Because Republicans don't look at women or blacks or people of color as a checkbox. They look at them as individuals that they need to win over, that they have to have effective, efficient policies to support and improve their lives. That's what we tend to see. Now you can tell me, and I'm all for and I'm all open to any of the progressives out there, any of the Democrats out there to say, Mike, you just don't understand. Okay, what don't I understand? Please do explain it to me, because I'm looking at the world and I'm looking at all the evidence out there and I'm looking at the history, and we have seen historically, 1919, Democrats were against women. In the 1800s, Democrats were against people of color. In the 1960s, we had Democrats holding back people of color. We've seen what happened under Barack Obama. We've seen what happened as Kamala Harris being a DA, being an AG. We've seen how she's treated people. I tell you, I don't get it. Now, again, maybe it's me. Maybe I just don't get it. And I'm happy to hear from the chat and say, Mike, you're misunderstanding this. But I don't think I am. And I just wanted to point out, because this is trending right now, and Democrats are desperately trying to gather votes based on checkboxes. That's the whole thing in 2024. The 2024 election is about representation and about emotions. It's about feelings, not about substantive fact, not about what's actually a policy to help American people, and therefore that helps the world. A stable, prosperous America leads to a stable, prosperous world. That's just a fact. The better America does, the better the world does. Every single time. It's a 1-to-1 ratio. But you're hearing from Democrats, no. It's not about the policies that are happening right now. It's not about anything that's effective. In fact, they're going with the mindset. Thomas Sowell had said it very well. And he used to be a Democrat. He used to be a socialist, in fact, until he saw the effectiveness of the policies. Then he changed his mind. But Thomas Sowell once said, when you look at the liberal agenda, what will you see? They will always tell you when it inevitably fails, every time it fails, they will come back and tell you, you didn't give it enough time, you didn't give it enough money, you didn't give up enough of your rights. That's why it failed. They're always right in their mind because they feel like they're going to be right. They feel like they're on the right side of history and everyone else is wrong, even when empirically, mathematically, systemically, we keep seeing that they're wrong. Their policies don't work. They have never worked. But that's something that I just want to bring up because I think it's very important to understand that. Maybe it's me, but I think history matters. And when we see Democrats consistently trying to hold back different groups of people, as we can see, as they did in the Senate, as they did in the House in 1919, we're seeing the same thing today, just with a different way of saying it, a different way of doing it. Their policies still hold people back, and today they've changed everyone's mind by saying, hey, don't worry, we're for you. The policies aren't, but they'll say it. Let me give credence to what I'm talking about here. Let me back up what I'm saying, not just about what's happening and what we're seeing today, right now, trending. Let me go to the actual proof of this, what I think actually tells you how this is going on. This is the Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, their website. Now, for the last month, we have consistently been going back and we have been showing you this website over and over again. And I am refreshing it live right now with you. We're live and I am refreshing it live. The first thing that they have to say to you, give them money. They want your money. They're not offering you. Now, they're also going to say, hey, go and subscribe so you can volunteer for them. Give them your labor for free. Buy their merch. Give them money. And in general, support them. Okay, why are we doing this? It's a question I keep asking, and it's important. It is critical for America and the world. Why are we doing this? Why do we want to give them power? Well, let's go to their page. And as you can see, this is live. There is no reason. They're going to tell you, oh, no, it's the 19th Amendment, and Democrats are great. Don't worry about the fact that Democrats were trying to stop women from having the vote. Don't think about the fact that even in the House, Democrats were fighting against women having rights. Today, they have the glass ceiling that the Democrats were trying to put in place. The Democrats were trying to maintain that glass ceiling back in 1919. And today, you can go for Kamala Harris because she's a woman, checkbox. Because she's a woman of color, checkbox. But why? What is she going to do? Nothing. What is she promising? Not just promising, what's her plan? Nothing. They have nothing up here. They offer you nothing. For an entire month, she has had the opportunity to tell the public, this is why you want to give her money. This is why you want to volunteer or give her a vote. What's the answer? Nothing. She has a bio. Yes, she's a woman. Okay, I get that. She's a woman of color. Fantastic. She's Indian, East Indian. Okay, those aren't reasons to vote for her. She has nothing. Okay, she's alive. Fantastic. Tim Walz, he exists. He's a governor. That's not a reason to vote for him. He also lied. She also lied. They lied about Joe Biden most recently. They were lying to you, telling you that Joe Biden was sharp as a tack. Up until about 2 months ago, they were saying Joe Biden is brilliant. He has the excellent plan. He knows where to take America. And then we all got to see live, not only in the debate, but suddenly the light bulb went off for everyone and we understood Joe Biden isn't there. He's a zombie. He's only working part-time. I keep mentioning this because the news media keeps trying to distract from this. Who's in charge of America right now? Nobody knows. Nobody has an answer. Who's in charge of America? I ask everyone out there, who do you think is in charge of America? So I just typed this out. It's up in the chat, and I'm asking this question. I'm asking for an honest answer to this. Who's in charge of America right now? Because I don't think anyone has an honest answer. Now, some people will say, well, it's Joe Biden, except we know he's a part-time president. We know he's a zombie. We know because we've heard him speak in speech after speech. We have seen him. He's not in control. He doesn't even know where he is on a stage. He can barely read anything off the prompter. He just can't communicate. There should be the 25th Amendment enacted against Joe Biden so that we have someone who at least can communicate clearly with the American people and the rest of the world. What are our allies looking at? They have no idea who they're dealing with. They know that it's not Joe Biden, which means it's someone who doesn't have the power of the presidency, who doesn't have the support of the American people because they weren't elected. Well, that really puts a damper. Perhaps one of the reasons why the American hostages being held by Hamas since October 7th, perhaps one of the reasons why we can't negotiate or find some way to get those hostages back home, why Hamas won't release them, is in part because Joe Biden isn't in charge, and no one else is. So any guarantees that some deputy administrator of whatever department of the United States government can't guarantee whatever they need to guarantee to get the American citizens back home. Oh, no one wants to talk about that. No one wants to talk about those American hostages. Since November of 2023, the news media stopped talking about this. They will not mention American hostages. We know 22 Americans were taken hostage by Hamas after they committed a genocide or a massacre in Israel, killing over 1,200 people, including 34 Americans. They took 22 Americans hostage. The news media wants you to forget this. It's imperative that you remember. 3 hostages came home, a child and 2 older women. That leaves 19 Americans held by Hamas. We believe, and the news media has reported, international news media. You can't go to the U.S. to find this out. The U.S. news media has a blackout on this. They will not discuss this. But 60 of the remaining 114 hostages, which includes all the Americans and all the British hostages, 60 of them are dead. It is believed that every single American and possibly every single Briton who is being held hostage by Hamas has died because of the torture and sexual abuse of Hamas. Not because of Israel. If it was Israel, Hamas would be giving us every bit of the evidence to show us Israel did it. It isn't Israel. It's Hamas. And this week, during the Democratic Convention, you are going to hear from the pro-Hamas leftist wing of the Democratic Party, the Democratic Socialists of America, the Antifa. You're going to hear from the far left, and they're going to be out. They're out right now protesting in Chicago. Monday, they're going to be out protesting in Chicago. They were given land. They were given routes. They were given speakers. They were given everything they need to protest, and they are still going to riot. That is my promise. That is my belief. I say it here. You can quote me. Tell me if I'm wrong. But this week, we're going to see riots. We're going to see businesses destroyed. We're going to see fires, because that's what the left does when they don't get what they want. And the far left aren't going to get what they want, which is pro-Hamas. They're going to get Kamala Harris saying, oh, we'll see. She's going to waffle. She's not going to promise anything guaranteed. We're not going to get the American citizens back. And that's the problem. That's the problem. Maybe I'm the only one seeing this. Maybe the reason why the rest of the news media isn't talking about this is they know some inside scoop about this that I don't have information about. I don't think so. Looking at every single major credible news agency in the world, we know there's just nothing being done. And there's no reason to vote for Kamala Harris. This is one of the reasons her website, which says nothing, it offers nothing. I mean, yes, it tells you that Act Blue, which is a bundler, which is a PAC, they'll give money to Kamala Harris. This is how they're moving money around, is with Act Blue. I know a lot of people want to talk about IPAC, AIPAC. And they want to say, oh, Israel's in control. No, Act Blue. That's where all the Democrats get their money. That's where all the businesses and all of the institutions that are trying to leverage the Democratic Party, they go through Act Blue. But no one wants to talk about that, because that might change the way you vote in 2024. If you looked into Act Blue and some of the charges against them, you might change your vote. If you thought about Kamala's website, which the mainstream media does not mention, offers nothing to the American people. It says give them money, give them power, and it offers you nothing. It tells you nothing. I know people say, Mike, what about the Take Action? That's a volunteer. That's a volunteer website. That's a list just so you can volunteer and give her free money. Give her your labor for free. It offers you nothing. What about events? She's got lots of events. Yes, there are events telling you how you can give them help. phone call for the Democrats. Go out and talk to people to convince them to vote for Democrats. You know what you don't see? What are her policies? What does she actually stand for? Get out the vote. Go tell people about the vote. Go call people and tell them to vote. Be part of the Democratic National Convention. Okay, but where's the policies? Where are the policies? And you've got a store. Oh, you can buy her merch. Fantastic. You can buy stuff saying, I want to vote for these people. And I have no idea what they stand for. I have no idea what they plan to do. I have no idea if they will be effective or efficient. You can say all you want about Orange Man bad. The question is, what are they offering as a counterpoint? Well, Kamala Harris isn't Donald Trump. So what? We knew that. Does that mean she's good? Does that mean she's bad? Does that mean she's inept? I mean, does that make sense to people? I ask you, the audience, and I know that, it's difficult to watch this program because YouTube is holding it down, Google through their monopoly. And yes, Google is a monopoly. They went to court. It's already been found. They are a monopoly. They probably will have to break up, and that means that YouTube's going to be spun off on its own. And you'll see a lot of changes in the policy of YouTube the second they're no longer under the strong arm of Google and its monopoly. I'm sure of that. But until that day, Google is restricting people's voices. They don't want you to have this conversation. They don't want you to think about this. Even if you think I'm wrong, they don't want you to have the conversation. They don't want you to think about this election. They want you to obey. They want you to do what they say. And because of all of these reasons, I believe this is why you are seeing that Kamala has a disapproval rate of 48.9%. More people disapprove of Kamala because she has a horrible record, because she has a record of abject failure, going back in time and looking forward. Failure. So when people are telling me, no, but you have to vote Democrat because she's a woman, because of a checkbox, and they don't understand the history, they don't understand what has been happening historically, I can't see a reason why people want to vote for her. I don't get it. I don't get it. And I am asking the audience, especially those, I know there are people who are progressives, people who are Democrats. I know elected officials who watch this program on a regular basis from every party out there. Come on, guys. The Democrats that are out there. Josh Riley, running for the New York 19. I know you personally. I know you watch this program from time to time. I know your staff watches this program from time to time. You're running as a Democrat. Why should we vote for Kamala? That, without saying she's a woman, without saying she's a person of color. What's the reason? What is it that she offers that is effective? And don't say that it's the 19th Amendment, therefore you have to do it. That's not a reason. That's a checkbox. That's a characteristic. And governments aren't run by characteristics. And in fact, if that is the only thing we are voting for, which I think the 2024 election is becoming, it is an election of feelings, not facts. It's an election of representation, not effectiveness. And if that is what we are voting on, that is a problem. So the breaking news, again, is talking about the 19th Amendment right now, and I just don't get it. I don't get it, folks. I don't see how that's a reason. But Democrats want you to think it is, because they don't want you to think about it. They don't want you to know the history. They just want to say, don't you feel? It's a feeling. She's a woman. You love women. You're not a sexist. That's what they will tell you. Oh, you can't. You have to vote. You have to vote the way they want you to vote, or else they will call you a name. Doesn't mean that it's correct. Doesn't mean they know anything about you. Virtue signal. You have to virtue signal the way they want you to, because they want control. They want power. I think this is devastating. It's terrifying. But let me move forward with the show, because that's not the only thing. But I thought that was important. Let's also understand the environment that the world is in right now. Why the 2024 election in America is so important is the impact it's having across the rest of the world. Right now, we have a British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, has been shown to be a wet noodle. He's useless. There have been riots throughout all of England that have been going on for over a week. The public there are at the breaking point, in part because their infrastructure has been destroyed because of open borders, because of illegal aliens, just like here in the United States. And Keir Starmer was elected because he said he promised he understands how people feel and he will make them feel better. Okay, his first test as prime minister to make the British people feel safe. He failed. Complete abject failure. His answer is attack people for telling the truth that he has failed. To attack people for pointing out how he has not lived up to his promise to make the British people feel safe. And so he's out, and he's under his guidance, under Keir Starmer's guidance as prime minister, we have the British government constables, their police, threatening to arrest American citizens, me, for daring to exercise the First Amendment, our God-given right by birth to be able to say whatever we want. That's the freedom of speech. Keir Starmer doesn't have to like what I say. The Labour Party, which is basically the Democrat Party of England, they don't have to like whatever I say. But they can't arrest me for it. But they have threatened to do so because they want to silence free speech. And they want the American Democrats to do the same thing, to stop people from talking, even though it is the truth, even though it is talking about the effectiveness of government. How dare you talk about that? Now, part of that is, in response, we see that Elon Musk, and this isn't Elon Musk's account, but I think this is important. Should Elon Musk talk to Keir Starmer? And the answer is, and I know this is a fake account. I know that. This is not Elon Musk's account, but I think it's important anyway to say, hey, Elon, yes, you should talk to Prime Minister Starmer. You should hold him accountable for his policies and his actions that have led to the people in England rioting across the country, most of them being the left. And that he should be able to justify why he wants to try and arrest Americans and people around the world for pointing out he has failed in the United Kingdom. And that failure has emboldened illegal aliens around the world. I think he should have a conversation with Elon Musk. I feel like Keir Starmer must explain himself and should do so publicly. Now, maybe you disagree. I know some people will say, but Mike, that's over in England. Why do we care? Because what's happening in England is happening in the United States. It's happening in Canada. It's happening in France and Germany. It's happening around the world. And eventually, it not only will happen there, it comes back here. Because a lot of those illegal aliens go to England so they can come to the United States. A lot of them will tell their family, you know what? You can get into the United States easier than going into England. And America's wealthier and will give away more. By showing that Democrats, whether they're called the Labour Party in the United Kingdom or Democrats here in the United States or the Democratic Socialists of America, they're on the same page. And if we see these illegal aliens taking over towns and cities, destroying infrastructure in other countries, and they know that under Democrats here in the United States, it's even easier to come into the country. They get even more money. They get even more resources. Well, they're going to tell their friends and family, you know what? England's filled up. They're not giving us more. Go to America. America is still giving away everything. You're still going to be able to go to America and get a hotel room. You're still going to be able to go to America and get $60,000 a year. That's literally what New York State and New York City are giving to illegal aliens. $60,000 a year, giving them housing, giving them money for their food, giving them money for clothing and to be able to spend. They don't work. They can't legally have a job. They have housing. Some of them are in 3-star hotels. I can't afford a 3-star hotel. Do you know how much that costs in New York City? We're talking about hundreds of dollars per day. $300, $400, $500 a day. And illegal aliens get to stay in that hotel with room service and get paid to go and get food. They get paid to go out and buy clothing. I don't get any of that. The illegal aliens are getting $60,000. That's almost double what the average American works an entire year. That's before taxes. An American citizen will, on average, make about $35,000 before you take out taxes. And then they have to pay all their bills. The illegal aliens, they're being told, England is full. Go to America. They get more money than any of us, and they're not paying any taxes on it. Does that make sense to people? I understand. Some people may not like that. I understand. This may upset some people to hear the truth, to hear the consequences and how they are affecting us all. There are people who will hear this about what's happening in England and suddenly realize that's part of the problem for the United States too. Because this may be the first time that anyone is actually talking to you about consequences, about what happens when you have an ineffective immigration policy run by people who don't know how to run a country. And I'm talking about Joe Biden. I'm talking about Kamala Harris. They have failed. It is empirical. It has nothing to do with my feelings. It has nothing to do with the fact that I'm a conservative Republican. It has nothing to do with the color of my skin. It is completely, absolutely empirical. 8 million illegal aliens in the last 3.5 years under the Biden-Harris administration, with Kamala Harris in charge of the southern border, has only led to more problems for America, both financial and also in terms of crime. And we see that the same problems happening in the United Kingdom, and every time the United Kingdom is trying to push back, those illegal aliens stop going to England and they come to the United States instead. So it's a problem for us as well. When England is having this problem, America is having this problem by default. The illegal aliens are shifting between which one gives us the most free stuff. It's kind of terrifying when you think about it. And I know that YouTube hates this. The social media algorithm hates this conversation. They don't want you to have this conversation. I know you're there. I know people are watching and hearing this, but they are trying to block this because they do not want to have this conversation. They do not want you to think about this, which is kind of scary and sad, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Again, I'm open to hearing what everyone has to say about this. But I think that is important to understand how this is impacting the rest of the world and how it impacts the United States. Those illegal aliens, right now, illegal aliens are watching and seeing that there are riots throughout all of the United Kingdom, that the people of the United Kingdom are fed up, that they are threatened. They feel threatened. They have been threatened. Their kids have been persecuted, have been targeted, have been injured. And in the face of, I could go, the illegal aliens are saying, well, I could go to the United Kingdom, but there's all this attack. There is this pressure. You know what? I can go to America instead, where I have a government, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, they're welcoming illegal aliens. They have an open border. They will come on through and they'll be able to have a life for 3 years being paid in California, in New York State, in Illinois, in Maryland. They're getting paid to come to America illegally, breaking the law, and they have a better time. And there aren't riots to get rid of them. There aren't protests to try and get them out. And sadly, or actually good, they don't have to worry about gangs trying to throw them out physically, which is the downside, the negative about what's happening in England, is that there are people who are physically attacking illegal aliens or individuals they think are illegal aliens, and that's always wrong. We denounce the violence attached to this. As much as I don't want illegal aliens, I don't want Americans to attack illegal aliens just because they're here. That's not something I would ever advocate. In fact, I am telling you the exact opposite, that we should not do that. That's why we need laws, and we need to enforce the laws. And we need to make it more difficult, because that is a deterrence. Enforcing laws that already exist in England, in the United States, in Canada, in Europe, will slow down. Nothing will stop illegal aliens from coming into our country, but it will slow it down. It will make it manageable. It will give us options rather than destroy our cities and destroy our lives, which is what is happening right now. And I know the algorithms hate this. They don't want this conversation. They don't want you to evaluate this, to think about this, to consider the consequences of this. But you should. In fact, you must. You must. Even if you disagree, we must have this conversation as a nation and as nations around the world. We must have these conversations, because not having the conversations, being told, well, you're just a bad person, that didn't fix the problem. Saying, well, I just don't like your answer, didn't fix the problem. You don't have to believe me. Look at what's happening in England. The English people who don't have free speech like we do here in the United States were told, if you do not like this, you're a bad person. And that didn't fix the problem. And it's not working here in the United States either. Keir Starmer has completely failed. He is an abject failure. And he, like Liz Truss, should be removed from office as soon as possible and replaced, hopefully with someone better than Rishi Sunak, someone who is actually effective, somebody who actually has a policy. Kind of like here in the United States, we will have that choice in November to remove Joe Biden, a zombie president, a zombie part-time president, to replace him, to get rid of Kamala Harris and her failed non-policies, and actually get someone effective into office. I think that's incredibly important. Let me go on. And I want to make sure that we're clear about this, because the riots in the UK were spurred, according to the government of the United Kingdom, it's because of a post on social media. Because someone put out a message on social media, oh my God, the scary misinformation, disinformation. Someone said something, and they think that started a fire. In fact, they say, now with the presidential election less than 3 months away, the United States could face the same spread of lies and manipulative posts, experts told USA Today. In a race already saturated from a steady drip of false claims about immigrants and election fraud, the country is primed for a comparable flashpoint. They're saying this is happening in England. Again, what's happening in England will happen in America. They're telling you. Quote, there's no reason why we couldn't see exactly the same pattern here in the United States. As we get closer to the election here in the United States and tempers flare, any incident like the incident that happened in England could spark the same fury here. What happened in England? Children were killed. That's what happened in England, and it's not the first time. Several times we have seen children being killed by illegal aliens in the United Kingdom, and people are fed up. Too many of their kids have been stabbed to death. They have been killed by illegal aliens and others. And that has enraged public. When why not? I'd be enraged too if kids in my neighborhood were being killed, regardless of by who. But if the police, if the government are doing nothing to stop the culprits, the individuals that are committing the crimes, then I'd be freaking out. If those criminals were getting off with a slap or relative slap on the wrist for killing children, I'd be losing my mind too. So I understand why there are riots, and I can understand why you could see riots like that happening in the United States. Because we are seeing that illegal aliens have killed younger people, women, at college campuses. They have killed people in their homes in New York City, in California. We've seen that. We haven't hit critical mass yet. I don't know what that number is, but I don't want us to get to that point. But I understand why people are doing that. What we need is an effective answer, and the most effective answer I can give is enforce the law, close the border. That's how we resolve this. Before there are riots, before people are losing their mind, before people lose all their faith and trust in the government. No one trusts the Starmer government. The Starmer administration of the United Kingdom has failed. This is a future prediction for the United States. We get to see what the future is. What happens when we put an ineffective, inefficient, weak individual in our government? If we keep doing that, we get Keir Starmer of the United Kingdom. We get weak individuals who cannot control the country, who cannot run the country, and the country goes into riots. John Cordisco has joined us, and thank you, John, for your comment here. And John says, is it just me, or has the last 3 years been like a really bad movie? Oh, it absolutely has, John. You're absolutely correct. It's been a horror. This is a horror movie. And again, it doesn't have to be. The reason why it is because we have weak individuals, a part-time zombie president who is not enforcing the law. We have a vice president who is not enforcing the law. They're giving us excuses and justifications why they won't follow the law, but the net result is the same. No matter what their justification is, no matter what their feeling is, the empirical truth is it is making things worse for the American people and for people around the world. Again, it's the chicken before the egg. Which one happened? Doesn't matter. They're both happening at the same time. Weak governments invite more illegal aliens in and cannot handle or control those illegal aliens, which brings down the livelihood of the citizens of that country, and that then gets a backlash, sometimes violently, in those countries, which helps to destabilize and further bring the country down. It is a vortex. So yes, I agree. This is a horror story. This is one of the worst horror, and it's worse than a movie because we're living this. You can't just hit the pause button and walk away. It's not like you can just turn the channel and get to watch a comedy or a rom-com or sci-fi. There's no way to change this in an instant. I wish it were a movie, because we could stop the movie. We could put on a different movie. We could have a different experience. That's not possible. We have to take the time to go through this process, and we have the choice in the election to make a difference. We can either continue to have weak, ineffective, inefficient elected officials, or we could have someone who's stronger and more effective and more efficient, someone who has an actual plan. Am I asking for too much, folks? Is this really asking for too much to say we need a plan? We have the window into the future. We can look at Canada. We can look at the United Kingdom. That's the future. We can see exactly where that leads. Not having a plan, having weak officials, we see what's happening. Do we really want that here? Do we really? I know. People are going to say, but Mike, what else is happening in the world? What else is going on besides what's happening in England, besides the failures in their governments and how that is affecting the United States government as a reaction? Well, there's also what's happening in Iran. See, right now, Iran has been building missile after missile after missile. This is what they did because of the Iran nuclear deal, which allowed Iran to build missiles upon missiles, ballistic and intercontinental and short-range and long-range missiles. They stockpiled missiles so that they could get the opportunity to send those missiles to Russia, to China, to Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis. The second they had a weak president in place in the United States, someone who is more worried about the next election than actually having an effective policy, the second that happened, they started shipping out missiles to all of the terrorist organizations, to rogue nations around the world. And those nations and those terrorist organizations have been using those missiles nonstop. And we see it. It's not a if. It's not a maybe. That's a fact. They took the opportunity. They took the money that was given to them from the Iran nuclear deal, and they built missiles and rockets and ICBMs. That's what they've been working on. And now we are seeing the fruit of that labor, that they are sending those ballistic missiles, hundreds of them, to Iran. This is coming from Reuters. You can't tell me, oh, Mike, that's a right-wing conspiracy. This is from Reuters. This is left-leaning, internationally credible news. No one's thinking about the consequences of these policies, but they are absolutely important. They're critical. We have to look at this. Did my computer just freeze up? Nope. Why is this page frozen? Hang on. The only thing that may, there we go. There we go. Sorry. So the only thing that may slow them down, Iran is using their attack against Israel. They've promised, they guaranteed they're going to attack Israel because Israel killed one of the members of Hamas, a terrorist, international terrorist organization. That is a fact. Terrorists that were responsible for killing 1,200 individuals from around the world and in Israel. Terrorists that killed 34 Americans, that have been torturing hundreds of people from around the world. Israel killed one of the terrorists responsible for that, happened to be in Iran when they did it. And Iran said, oh, wait a minute, you killed one of their terrorists, one of their proxies, on their own soil. They're embarrassed. And because of the embarrassment, Iran is going to, and has guaranteed they're going to attack Israel. But the only way out of that is if Israel has a ceasefire. Basically, they're doing the same thing that the Democratic Socialists of America are doing. The pro-Hamas organizations like Harvard and Columbia, they're blackmailing Israel. Just like Harvard would like to do, just like Columbia has tried to do, just like the Democratic Socialists of America are trying to do. They're blackmailing Israel, saying, we're going to attack you unless you give Hamas what they want. Give the terrorists what they want. Give them money, give them food, give them power, and then we won't attack you. That's what that's what Harvard has asked for. That's what Columbia is asking for. That is what Iran is demanding. We will attack you unless you give the terrorists money and food and power. That seems like a crazy idea, doesn't it? I think it's a crazy situation. No one should agree to that. No one should ever agree to that. But that's the deal they're making. And they know that they have the support of the Democratic National Convention. Many of the Democrats there. The riots in Chicago are telling them they have power. The Dearborn, Michigan Democrats are telling them that they have power. Iran is getting the ability, or getting support in blackmailing Israel because of Dearborn, Michigan Democrats who said, oh, we won't vote Democrat unless Kamala Harris supports Hamas, an international terrorist organization. Unless Kamala Harris supports Iran, the greatest sponsor of terror in the world, who has promised for over 40 years to kill all Americans. Doesn't matter if you're a Democrat, doesn't matter if you're a progressive or socialist, doesn't matter if you're libertarian. They want to kill all Americans because in America, we don't throw gays off of buildings. Because in America, we allow women to read, to write, to vote, and to drive. Because we do these things, Iran wants to kill all Americans. That's a fact. They've been telling us this. I trust Iran when their leadership tell us for decades, oh, they want to kill us. When they support and they fund terrorist organizations around the world that attack Americans, I believe them when they say these things. And I understand they don't care what your politics are. The mere fact that you're an American, the mere fact that that we do allow LGB to exist, the fact that we allow women to work, to vote, that's all Iran needs. Iran poisons. Literally, they've done this in 2023 and in 2022. Iran, schoolgirls going to school in Iran were poisoned because they were learning how to read. And somehow, Democrats, progressives, are on Iran's side in threatening Israel, supporting Iran, supporting a government that kills little schoolgirls with poison because they learned how to read. They support Hamas, who have 19 Americans held hostage, killed 34 Americans, killed 17 British, held 9 British hostage. Actually, it's the other way around. 9 British were killed, 17 were taken hostage. That's who they support. And we're supposed to agree with it. And they want Kamala to do the same thing, and Kamala seems to be more than happy to do it. Doesn't make sense, folks. These things are important. Who is negotiating with Iran right now? Who is negotiating with Hamas right now? We don't know. What are they trying to offer? What are we, the United States, offering? We don't know. We know it's been ineffective for 10 months. The Biden-Harris administration has promised us they're doing everything. Kamala came out a week ago and said she's doing everything she can to get those American hostages back home. And don't ask her any other questions about it. She won't answer any questions from the news media, which gives no support to our allies. Not to Britain, not to Germany or France or Japan. There's no support in the world for our ally Israel in trying to get our hostages back home. They are literally helping Iran. But no one wants to talk about that because that might change your vote. That may not support and fortify the 2024 election. Because that's a conversation they don't want you to have. And they will suppress this channel and your voice because they don't want to have to talk about that. They want power. They want power over you. How dare you question that? If anyone thinks I'm wrong, I'm happy to hear your voice. I'm happy to see your chat or have your phone call or put in a super chat. Tell me how I am mistaken. Tell me how what is happening internationally isn't, in fact, aided and abetted by what is happening here in the United States, that they are reciprocal. They are mirrors. What is happening overseas is happening here in the United States, in part because it's happening in the United States. That having a weak leadership is encouraging countries like Iran to have more terrorism and to become more rogue in their actions, which is harming people around the world. It is increasing the amount of instability. It is leading us closer to 3 regional wars, poly wars happening in the world. Maybe I'm the only one who sees it that way. Maybe. But if we continue down this road, I'm not the only one who is saying this. I've been saying this for years. Since 2021, I have been talking about this being a potential threat for the American people and the world. I have been saying since August 15th of 2021, when the Taliban took over Afghanistan and Joe Biden said he's going to turn around and turn tail and run. When Joe Biden got routed and abandoned 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan. I have not forgotten that, Joe Biden. I have not forgotten that, Kamala Harris. Under their administration, we abandoned 5,000 Americans as they ran away, giving tens of millions of dollars in weapons, equipment, ammunition, and cash to the Taliban, a terrorist organization. And these policies have led, and now we see, as being reported by Fortune magazine, the U.S. will very likely fight a 3-way front against Russia, China, and Iran. This is being said by Alex Karp. This was on August 17th, yesterday, that this news came out. Where have you heard someone say that? Where else have you heard that there will be a 3-way war with Russia and China and Iran? I have been saying that. It is not World War III. It is 3 regional simultaneous wars, poly wars happening, and the United States will be at the forefront of each and every one. Our proxy war in the Ukraine against Russia, China in the Southeast Asian Sea with Japan and Taiwan and South Korea and the Philippines. It is heating up, if not actively happening right now. And of course, the Middle East. Iran dictating and putting out its orders through the Houthis and Hezbollah and the Hamas. We're fighting a war in the Red Sea against the Houthis right now. The news media doesn't want to talk about it. They don't want to word it that way. We are in 2 wars as we speak. 2 of the 3 fronts that are being brought up by Fortune magazine, by Palantir's Alex Karp, they're already happening. They've been happening for about a year on both of them. 2 years for the Ukraine. The only one that we're missing is in China, and that's getting close. They're on the edge of open fights with the Philippines, whom the United States has an ironclad treaty with, that we would have to support them. And we're seeing more and more the news media saying, and all the international reports saying, that the United States needs to take action. We have heard from the Philippines asking, over and over again, asking the Biden-Harris administration to do something. But they're asking at a time when Joe Biden is asleep. It's not part of the 6 hours that he's awake and competent. They're asking in the 18 hours that we don't know who is running America. And so they're not getting help. But it's only getting worse. There's a reason why Japan is building the first army since 1945, even as there is a Marine Corps base in Okinawa, because they don't trust weak leaders in the United States. There's a reason why South Korea is becoming the 4th largest manufacturer of weapons in the world, because they don't trust the weak leadership in the United States. They see Kamala Harris. They've spoken. Kamala Harris has gone to their countries and embarrassed the United States. She has increased the tensions in Southeast Asia between the United States and those nations. They have no trust or faith or confidence because they have seen Kamala Harris in action. They have talked to her directly, and they do not accept her as a leader. They reject her. No one else is telling you this. They should be. This should be a conversation. We should be able to go to Kamala Harris's website and we should have some mention of international policy. There's a war in the Ukraine. We're virtually fighting a war in the Red Sea. We have threats from China for years now that are attacking our allies that we have ironclad treaties with to protect. Kamala Harris, what's your answer? We do have answers from President Trump about this. He has made his position clear. We've already seen 4 years of his policies in effect. And he has said that he is going to restart and go back to those very same policies that stabilized the world. We know where Donald Trump stands. Where's Kamala Harris? Where's Tim Walz? They won't even tell you. They won't talk about it. They have no answer. And they're not trying to give you an answer. Instead, they just want your money. They just want your vote. And they want you to shut up and obey. I think this is terrifying for us. Here's another one. This is from the Brookings Institute. Could the United States and China really go to war? Who would win? This is from August 15th from Michael O'Hanlon. This is the Brookings Institute. Here's something most Americans may be surprised to hear. Military strategists in the United States consider China the nation's main military worry, which is true, with the distinct possibility of a major U.S.-China war in years to come. We've already heard from generals in the United States military, in their Air Force, also in the Navy, that we have heard them say there possibly will be a war by 2028. And I would tell you that if we see a weak leader running America like a Kamala Harris over the next 4 years, yeah, absolutely. I've already said it on this channel, predicted that in 2028, as we are looking at whoever will replace Donald Trump, who I think will win in 2024, we're going to see if there's a weak leader potentially leading America at the end of 2028, going into 2029, you will see China go in and take Taiwan by force. You will see China take action, force against the Philippines. You will see that Japan, who will have their army by that time, will be taking action. So will South Korea. That's what I truly believe in. That's what I truly fear. But you're going to see it. It's going to happen. I know these are terrifying things to consider. These are horrible things to consider. But they are real things that we must deal with. These are conversations we must have. We have to have answers. We have to have policies, not just for the United States, but for the rest of the world. Because in the absence of clear policies, in the absence of clear leadership, in the absence of effective leadership, the rest of the world goes rogue. And we are seeing the evidence of that. What happens in America is happening around the world and affecting the rest of the world. I don't know, maybe it's me. Now, I know there's lots of censorship right now, and I know that right now YouTube is suppressing the channel. I know they're doing it. They're holding this back. They don't want you or me to see what's really happening here. And I know people are watching the channel. I know that for a fact. I know how many people are on right now. And I know how many people YouTube is telling me are watching this right now. But I think these are important issues, important questions that we're not getting answers for. Maybe it's not the most popular conversation we could possibly have, but it is some of the most vital. Look, I can tell you, let me show you an example. Right now, on TikTok, which I don't like, but I do use it because I'm not stupid. I'm a businessman. I'm trying to get the word out. I had a video that I put out, a short, explaining, and we'll go into this and when we start talking about domestic issues, when we start talking about the policies going forward. We were talking about 4 reasons why Kamala Harris can't lower food prices, that she has lied to the American people, that her promise, it's not a policy. She won't put it in writing. She won't put it on her page. She won't make it an official policy. She'll tell you that this is her intent. She will tell you that she is promising this, but she won't put it in writing. So I don't count it. It's a campaign speech. It's a stump speech. It means nothing. Put it in writing. Then it's serious. But I came out and I told people in 1 minute how she was wrong. And let me show you this. 24,000 views. That's 24,000 views on TikTok in less than 24 hours. In less than 24 hours, 24,000 people have seen this. Thousands. Over 2,000 people agree so much that they like this. This is on a channel. I barely have a presence on TikTok. I barely go and make comments on TikTok. I only cover 1 minute videos on TikTok. Now, the reason why I'm bringing that up and letting you see internally, we know that there is interest there. We know people are paying attention. We know that people are watching that. And if I go over here, this is the exact same 1 minute video talking about Kamala Harris, talking about food prices, telling you why she lied to your face. You know what? 14 people have seen it. 14 people. 14. 24,000 on TikTok. Why is there a difference? It's not that it's a subject that people don't want to talk about. Everyone is talking about food prices. Everyone's talking about inflation. Everyone's talking about the global food crisis that has been going on since 2022. But 24,000 people on a channel, I barely have any. On a platform, I have no real presence. YouTube, been there for, 15 years? They're not showing it to anyone. They're not letting you hear this. They don't want you to have this conversation. They want you in the dark. They want you to obey blindly. China is seeing that. Russia is seeing that. Iran is seeing that. And now we are finally starting to hear from members of the press, individuals around the world who are finally stepping up and starting to speak about this. And they're finally telling the American people where this leads. And this is important because the rest of the world is paying attention and they're seeing this and they're saying, wait a minute, America is likely to be in a war, in 3 separate regional wars. That means the Middle East and all the nations that are affected by the Middle East. That means Southeast Asia and all the countries that are affected by what happens in Southeast Asia. That means all the manufacturing, all of the goods that are being made in Southeast Asia, like computer chips, but like everything else that is being made out there, call it Temu or whatever, that affects everything. That means all of the global products and goods that people buy, they're going to all be affected. That means energy prices. That means heating in the winter and air conditioning in the summer. That's going to be affected. People's bottom line, their pockets, to be able to have enough energy for electricity, to turn on the lights so their kids can read, so they can turn on their stove and cook their food. This is all going to be affected. If this is correct, if what I have been warning about and what we are now seeing more and more international figures come up and say, this is the future problem, the rest of the world is saying, oh my God, they're going to be involved. They're going to be affected just as much. And they're taking sides. They're making their plans. And those plans depend on Does America have a strong leader or does America have a weak leader? Is America going to be like Keir Starmer or is America going to be like Donald Trump? Is America going to do what Europe is doing, going center right? Or is America going to do what the United Kingdom has done, which is go far left? Oh, Dow's with us. Dow is with us, and I know Dow. You went to the Trump rally yesterday. It was the first time you had been at a Trump rally. I want to have your answer about how that is, but let me see. Dow says Hollywood couldn't do a worse script than reality has been for the last 3 years, as we have watched the decline of our culture and our society. I agree with you, Dow. It's like what John Cordisco said. This is a horror movie, but we can't escape it. We can't turn the channel. We can't walk out of the theater. We can't see something different. This is what we are living with. And it is affecting the world, and the world is affecting us. I'm trying to make it clear that weak leaders in America equal horrible events around the world. We are seeing that. It is a feedback loop. What happens in the one happens in the other. We cannot escape that. And I know people like RFK Jr. are saying, but we can just be isolationist. Well, I know I've heard a lot of libertarians say this as well as RFK Jr., that we can just walk away. Just walk away. We can't. It's a wonderful dream. We can't. But Dow goes on to say, in talking about the Trump event, the Trump rally in Wilkes-Barre, says he's still trying to process it. Hey, Dow, how many people do you think were at the rally in Wilkes-Barre? Just wondering, how many people were there with you? And how was the experience? Was it positive? Was it negative? Were there a lot of neo-Nazis there? Were there a lot of racists there too that you saw, that you experienced? What was your honest experience? Was it a positive event? Was it a negative event? So Dow says, to his knowledge, somewhere close to 10,000 people at Wilkes-Barre. That's interesting. It's actually Wilkes-Barre, but I call it Wilkes-Barre. If you're from Pennsylvania, you know it's Wilkes-Barre. Everyone else calls it Wilkes-Barre. Just so you know, folks. But about 10,000 people. That's a town. What? I think the population of Wilkes-Barre is barely, I think that's almost the same population. Hang on, I'm going to find out for sure. Oh, I'm wrong. I stand corrected. Total population there is 44,000. So 1/4, 25% of the population came out and came to see Donald Trump. Oh, wait a minute. We've got a call coming in. Bear with me, folks. Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael, and may I ask, what's your first name? Can you hear me there?
Hey, this is Dal.
Hey, Dal, I hear you. Go ahead.
And easier, it'll be easier to tell you than it is to type it.
Yes.
So we got to the rally, and overall, it was a positive experience. The energy there of the crowd was really good. Generally, there was not a lot of ill feeling, and there was a lot of concern, basically on uh, Kamala Harris's run, what America's going to do to try and stop what predominantly people were calling a communist takeover. I mean, that was a popular sentiment throughout uh, the entire group that I was speaking with, and that was probably about 50 different people. There were media there. Security presence was really high. There was lots of Pennsylvania state troopers. There was private security as well, that I think was hired by the venue. So it was, oh, I don't know, probably about 6, 7 horse patrolmen were there, along with uh, tactically armed police, state police, local police, sheriff's departments. They were all there. Uh, Briefly, I was asked the question about what I thought of the up security measures, or what they were calling up security measures, by the local station, WYOU. So I went to go see if they had actually used any of the material they asked for me. They said no. They didn't show up, so I'm not surprised. But they were asking questions of the crowd, thoughts, opinions.
Okay. So
The
okay. So the local media was covering it, and they didn't want to talk about the security of the event, if I'm understanding you correctly. Is that right?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes. So the local news media didn't want to talk about the security of the event.
No, they did, but they didn't use anything from my perspective. I was basically responding to their question with, the up security is noticeable, and it helps the crowd feel safer, though it is a closed venue, right? So the security inside for the candidates is pretty secure. The crowd was completely exposed in the parking lot.
Okay.
So it really as far as the security for Trump was concerned, yes, it was heightened for him. It was the same as probably what was at the Butler rally for the rest of the attendees.
Okay.
So it really wasn't. It really didn't make that much difference to us as the crowd, but for him, yes, there was definitely more security. And I said at the time that I appreciated that extra security. We, from my perspective, and I made sure that I said that from my perspective, was that we need Donald Trump because I believe he's a step in the right direction towards returning the country to an originalist constitutional founding principle type of American republic. And because of that, they probably didn't use any of my material at all. But that being said, at least they were asking the questions. Then we get inside the venue, and I say close to 10K because it was interesting. I didn't expect to see such a large crowd from such a small area, right? Wilkes-Barre and Scranton, they are bigger cities in Pennsylvania, but they're not the coal mining uh, towns that they used to be, right? So the industry is not there to support a larger population. So I was really surprised to see so many people from local that were there.
Well,
There were also people from North Carolina, Illinois, New Jersey. I mean, all around Pennsylvania, there were people that were coming to this rally. There were a small group of people from New York, myself included.
right.
Battisti showed up. That surprised me.
Well, people
Um,
don't know who Battisti is, but
well, for those who might know who Battisti is, as the what is he, the DA
Paul
for Broome County?
Battisti, he's a DA for Broome County.
Yeah,
He's the Broome
and
County DA. Paul Battisti is his name.
yeah,
I know him. I've known him for years, which is interesting. I have not found him to be the best DA personally. He's a decent person, but not a good DA, in my opinion.
yeah,
But separate, so it's kind of interesting to see that he would go to a Trump rally because he's very apolitical. He's very quiet about his politics, even though he is a Republican. He doesn't like to talk about it. And he
yeah.
never openly speaks about being in favor of Trump, in my experience with him. But let me, separate of that, let me step back. When you were listening to President Trump live at the event, were the public listening to him? Or because we see clips of different events either before or after the event, that are telling us people weren't listening to Trump. What was your experience?
We were definitely listening, and I believe for me, I was very vocally responding to things that I liked, things that I didn't like, and then that tended to be typical of the whole crowd. My wife, who was with me, she felt that it was almost like a robotic response. She felt like because the group was so large, you can't really hear individuals going back and forth with Trump, and that's not the purpose of the rally. We get that he's supposed to be talking at the crowd, not necessarily with the crowd. So that was understandable, and she felt like when there were a lot of hurrahs and cheering, it felt very robotic, right? It kind of like a canned response. Same thing with the booze. It's like when he would mention something that was negative. Excuse me. He would. Sorry, I'm a little hoarse from yesterday. Um, he would when he would say something that was definitely negative, people would show their displeasure by booing, right, and by making catcalls and things of that nature.
Yeah.
But it didn't feel natural. It was almost like you were expected at those points to give the crowd was expected to give those points of emphasis with some sort of visceral reaction, right?
Okay. So, but my question is more so about the individuals around you that you could see. Were
Yeah.
they were they involved? Were they listening? Were they more robotic, or were they? How was their interaction as you watched?
No, the people that were around me specifically were very involved. So there, a lot of us were basically shouting things back at Trump. So like there would be for point of emphasis, let's say, what was one of the points? He made a point about inflation and how the reserve currency was like the dollar was basically flopping, and we were losing it as the reserve currency for the world, right? And there were a number of people that jumped up in my section and shouted, "End the Fed!" Right?
Okay.
So there are certain issues that weren't on the docket for him to speak about that I think people are interested in hearing. And when a lot of the people that were around me were there for was to not only hear what he had to say, but just kind of throw out into the ether, hoping someone would hear them that these are other issues that they wanted to talk about.
Okay. Let me ask. In the event, did you hear people talking about the international aspects, like the Americans being held hostage by Hamas, the threat of China, uh, the proxy war with Russia? Were people talking about that around you? And did Trump address that at all?
Um, where Trump addressed it was was in the nuclear aspect. He seems to be very fixated on the idea of nuclear conflict with China, Russia, and Iran, and how he wants to prevent that by using phone calls. He was very adamant that he was going to use diplomacy for that. While I was outside, which was a 4 hour wait, mind you, to get in the building, and then it was like another hour and a half before Trump actually showed up.
That's actually kind of fast, but go on.
Yeah, yeah, but it seemed like an eternity for us. Um, we the a lot of the discussions I was getting into were not so much about international uh, conflicts, although they were coming up. One of the people that I was speaking with talked about those that were abandoned in Afghanistan, and they couldn't understand why the government wouldn't actually turn around and try Joe Biden and his administration for treason at that moment, like when that all went down, because it was obviously a debacle, and they abandoned Americans abroad. Uh, Sudan came up. Surprising. Sudan surprised me because I didn't think anybody was paying attention to Sudan. But no,
I have
Sudan
been.
did come up. Um, what else came up? Ukraine came up, obviously, because people were sick of sending money over there. They want to see a resolution, a diplomatic resolution to just stop the killing. They don't care who wins. They just want to stop being involved in it and sending our resources, manpower, and money over there.
So it sounds like a lot of the issues that we've been speaking about on this channel for the last 2, 3 years are the very things that people in the audience are talking about, and
Yes.
to some extent also Trump. Is that correct?
Yeah, Trump didn't really touch on he touched on Afghanistan and the loss of material, manpower, and the Bagram Air Base. Specifically the Bagram Air Base because China ended up taking it over, and it's about an hour away from where they actually do their nuclear testing. So China does, where China's nuclear testing and stuff occurs. So he touched on Afghanistan a little bit about that. He did talk about the servicemen and women that were killed. Uh, but he really didn't touch on the abandoned Americans abroad. And I don't know that that's necessarily a failure on his part, or if it's an oversight, or if he really just doesn't know to the extent of how many people are over there.
Well,
Still,
that's a hard answer because no one has an exact number on that. But that's something that will come out, hopefully, in the debates, and we can get more answers about that. But I'm more concerned about how you and also the people immediately around you, how you were responding. Because according to the were there negatives? Were there people saying, "Oh, Trump isn't doing something or he isn't speaking about something"? Were they upset at any point during the entire speech? Were they upset with him about an issue or a subject or a topic?
in general, no. There were one or two people that did have valid criticisms of what Trump had tried to accomplish during his administration in the first from 2016 to 2020. Uh, and I think the one criticism that was valid that went around was focused mainly on two things: his kind of lukewarm support for the Second Amendment was a big talking point, where he just really didn't seem to be in people's minds. He wasn't really well informed on why the Second Amendment is important and why we shouldn't have bureaucratic mismanagement of regulation by the ATF and the NFA. There were a lot of calls to with people hoping that he would talk a little bit about the Second Amendment and his plans for it because they want to see the ATF abolished and the NFA repealed. That was a popular sentiment. The other one that they were concerned about and had a valid criticism for was his involvement with Operation Warp Speed. And when I was talking with them, I said, do you remember why Trump wanted to create Operation Warp Speed? And they were like, well, because he
Wait a minute.
wanted to make a vaccine.
Wait a minute.
And
Wait a
I
minute.
I said,
Wait, wait,
okay,
wait,
but
wait, wait 1 second. For people who may not be familiar, Operation Warp Speed was the development of the jab as a response to the fear at the time about the pandemic. And it was a high demand issue internationally as well as in the United States. And it was
yeah,
definitely something being pushed by the left here in the United States. And so he was developing that. So that was both the creation the creation of the jab and enough of the vaccine for it to be moved around the country to be distributed. So that's what warp speed was for people who may have forgotten about that. But
right.
go on, Dal.
So their concern was the fact that the results of the jab and the various things that Warp Speed produced um, were having a negative impact, maybe more so than even the disease itself on the population. And so they wanted him to address that. They wanted him to say that the vaccine was a mistake. And I said he won't do that. And the reason he won't do that is because that's not why he's proud of Operation Warp Speed. And when they asked me why or how I came to that conclusion, I said, think about it. The reason he brought that up, the reason he created that whole operation was to show that by deregulating the process, you could get results to overcome any kind of objections that his opponents may have to opening up the country again. He wasn't planning on mandating it. He wasn't planning on forcing it on anybody. He was planning on having it available so that nobody could object to having the country reopen. He's proud of it because it was a prime example of what was deregulation. That's why he was proud of it, and that's why he won't say it was a mistake. And he did later on in the rally itself. He did address deregulation in particular for medicine's right to try and Operation Warp Speed. And he was saying that deregulation, not that we abolish all regulations, but that deregulation will help with innovation, improve the economy, and provide better results for healthcare and for treatments.
Right.
And that generally was well received.
Okay.
I mean, even the people. So when we went into the venue. The people that I had been talking with kind of got split up a little bit, but the people that I'd had that discussion with, I was close enough to see the reaction, and they were nodding along. So I think they got it
Okay.
right. That little bit, they probably were finally resolved on when it came to that particular issue.
Okay.
But yeah, two A, and like some of his regulatory approaches to things domestically, those were two big criticisms that they had
Okay.
within the crowd.
Okay.
That and the draining of the swamp. That was the third thing.
What?
They wanted to see him go in and clean house.
Okay.
You know, be like Jesus in the temple, flipping tables with the money changers and ejecting everybody out of the temple.
Corruption. So removing
Yeah.
corruption. Gotcha. So after the event, what was the mood of the public leaving the event?
Um, you know, I'm a lot of people left. A lot of people that I was listening to around us were tired. Like they were resolved.
Tired of
There was
Trump? Tired of the
none of
election? Tired of what?
so they were basically when we left the venue, a lot of people were chatting, and you know they were going back over the speakers and what Trump had said, and the how they felt about the event in totem. And a lot of people were just like, man, this is hard. Like we sat there, we went through this event. There were criticisms about the event too, because it didn't seem like it was well organized, but that left a lot of people feeling physically and mentally exhausted. um, but as far as the content was concerned, everyone was resolved. They were exhausted with trying to fight between how they feel about things and how they think about things, and trying to make the two work together to try to get to a result. People are tired. They're just like, we just want it to work, you know. And the venue itself didn't help with that, because once we got done being, you know, a bit rowdy in the rally place, and you know, lots of energy expended, we were kind of pushed out a singular gate in the entire venue instead of just being let out, and so everything was pretty congested. So we're all kind of like being funneled out like cattle, you know, like Ray says.
Yeah,
Um,
but that's more about organizers. That's not about Trump per se. That's about whoever
yeah.
organized that event. That's more
But
local.
the general feeling was people were still willing to chat about it. Still, people still wanted to converse about it. But the overall feeling after the rally was definitely one of resolve, but tired resolve. They just want this to be settled.
Okay, so it's not. So we're not seeing people upset with Trump. They're not walking out and suddenly going, I can't follow that guy anymore. Okay.
No, generally not. Didn't lose, as far as I'm concerned, he didn't lose any support today, from what I saw. It was just there were some people that were saying he still sounds like he's going to fall short, and I don't like that, but I'm still going to vote for him anyway. It's
Okay.
kind of the
So
sentiment that I got.
so they are concerned that Trump
Right.
might not win. Okay. That's interesting because
And they don't necessarily blame him for the shortcoming either. They're looking at the big picture, and they're looking not just at him being in office, but all down ballot. And they're going, we don't know how this is going to shake out. He may go in with the best of intentions to clean house, but if he doesn't get the support he needs down ballot, it's just going to flop like it did his first term.
Okay.
And
So
that's what most people, if anybody is afraid for Trump, that's what they're afraid of, is being faced with that kind of failure at the end of his second term.
okay. So they're looking at the big picture. They're trying to see everything that's involved. Okay, I get that.
Yeah.
Let me ask you: have you been able to see the earlier part of the show?
Uh, we were No, I didn't get to see the early
Okay,
part of the show.
that's
So
okay.
we were running errands this morning.
Not a problem. I appreciate the fact that you're watching any part and also that you called in. So I do want to thank you for that.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that you would like to speak about? Let me see here. Hang on. I think I got a comment here. Grace mentions, I think that the polls are wrong, but I like them that way because it may get people, more voters out to vote. It may cause people to be more active and less
Right.
apathy. Get people out and vote. That's a
Scott
good.
Pressler was there. Speaking of the vote, Scott Pressler was there, and he was registering people in line. And he is encouraging, and Donald Trump did this too while he was in the rally. He was encouraging Pennsylvanians to vote early. So they're now trying to adopt the ground game that defeated us in 2020 and get those mail-in ballots and those things that are now legal in the state of Pennsylvania and utilize those tools as opposed to encouraging people to do same-day voting. And the reason for that is if if more people are mailing ballots in as well as doing same-day voting, then your participation goes up, and generally you overwhelm the system so that no matter what kind of shenanigans exist, they will never be able to shenanigan enough. Is the idea.
Okay.
So that was also there. They had lots of secondary speakers that were there.
Of course.
But yeah, generally the mood overall was positive. Now you will see, when I saw it today, there's a lot of people on social media that claim that they were at the rally,
Yeah.
and that the participation at the rally, the population that was at the rally, was not nearly 10,000. And I will say that there were plenty of empty seats at that arena. Okay, but I want to qualify that by saying when Trump spoke, all but one section of the stadium was filled. So that's close to about 9,000 some odd people were there in the venue when at the time that Trump spoke. What I
So
did notice was happening, however, was that there were seats that were filling up, right? And they were full. They were filling up as it was going along, and then when Trump was about to come out to speak, or just soon after he started to speak, those seats became empty. Now, if you're there to see Trump, why would you leave early, right? Or why would you leave at the very beginning of his speech?
well,
So
that's a good question, but
there's I don't have an answer for it. We could speculate all day, but what I did notice was as Trump was speaking, the venue was emptying out. So that by the end of it, you probably had about 5,000, 6,000 people left that stayed for the entire event.
okay.
And I don't, and so there was that happening. But when Trump spoke, there was close to 10,000 people in that venue, guaranteed.
Well, that's the key part. Everything else is secondary.
Yeah,
It's when was Trump speaking, and people left after that. Who cares? Because they
yeah.
weren't there per se for anyone
And
else.
the people, there was nobody after Trump. So there was everybody that was a guest speaker or a secondary speaker. Um, they they were, the venue wasn't full for them. The people that showed up to hear Trump speak. That's
Okay.
why they were there. So Trump was the draw.
Okay. And by the way, for people to know, Scott Pressler, you can look him up on Wikipedia. He's a conservative activist. He's done some organizing for the Republican Party, in case people are wondering who that name was. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask, we still got a bunch of stuff to talk about in the domestic in terms of the election, in terms of the promise about lowering food prices and the $6,000 child tax credit and some of the other things that are affecting the election going forward more on a domestic level. We've been talking
Yep,
about
he mentioned those as well in his rally too.
what did he say about it?
Uh, he he basically was describing to them why Kamala's approach to the $6,000 child tax credit and $25,000 down payment house thing um, were bad ideas, and a lot of that was because those same policies Obama tried to put in place that led to the 2008 recession and the housing bubble crisis when it burst. You have a government subsidized down payment on a home, very often to a family that is at risk for defaulting on that loan or mortgage, and then it ends in foreclosure. The family is homeless and the economy crumbles.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with that.
So that so he did address that. He did have a another like a keynote speaker come from Venezuela. He was just a person that Trump knew, or somebody in the Trump campaign knew, that was a person that had fled from Maduro. And so he came up and he gave a short presentation in the middle of Trump's speech to describe the conditions for the people of Pennsylvania, what was happening in Venezuela, and why it was a bad thing.
Well, I know a lot of people haven't talked about what's happening in Venezuela or what's happening in South America overall. It is a big mess down there. And of course, you have Milei, which I think most people think about. They think of Argentina, they think of Milei and his libertarian push to change that government. So that's probably what most people think about. But what I'm going to let you go in just a second. I just wanted to ask: was
Yep.
there anything else that you about whatever that you would want to share?
No. The other than what happened at the rally, I haven't really been able to pay too much attention since then. It was a very long trip back, but it was a good trip overall. And in fact, it's probably if I were to go to another rally again, and I would encourage everybody to do it at least once. Um, Go to an outdoor one. Like if you're going to go to any kind of big venue or anything, go to an outdoor one because the one in the only criticisms I really had about the entire experience were about the venue and how it was handled. that was that's really the only thing I had a complaint about. Um, everything else about the event was good, like the actual presentation and getting to. I was about 18 yards away from the main stage, so I got a very good view of Trump speaking,
Okay.
and it was good overall. It was good, but if anybody plans on going to any sort of big rally like that, I would say go to an outdoor one because that way you can bring your own chairs if you can bring your chairs or whatever. Uh, Try to stay away from indoor ones because they are cramped. That was the big thing is that we were stuck in a whole bunch of these like bleacher seats and they were very uncomfortable and you're there for a really long time. You want to be somewhat comfortable.
Yeah, well, that's. I did warn you that it was going to be several hours. I wasn't wrong. It does fill up.
Yep.
Okay. So I want to thank you for giving. See, that's firsthand. It's always great to have firsthand answers about this. I know what my experience has been. It sounds very similar to what I've experienced at various rallies. So
Yep.
that's cool.
No, it was very good. I enjoyed it. Um, I would, yeah, I enjoyed it. It was a great experience, and I would go to another one, but I would definitely say go to an outdoor one because that way you don't feel so boxed in and claustrophobic.
Depends on the weather. So there's that.
Yeah, it does.
Trust me.
Definitely.
I've been out in the sun, but that's another thing. All right. Thank you for giving us a call and giving us an update
Yeah, you're
about that
welcome.
and your thoughts
Oh,
about it.
Grace put up a comment there. That's true. There were two. Asian alliances there. One was Korean and one was Japanese.
Okay.
That were stumping for Trump, so to speak. Plus, you had the bikers for Trump. You had the North Carolina moms; those
Mm.
were there. Um, you had Scott Pressler's group that was there in support. So there were quite a and the Front Row Joes. The Front Row Joes were also there. So quite a lot of outpouring in terms of organized groups of people that had showed up to support President Trump at this rally.
No, it sounds like it was a really good. Well, it sounds like the one of the every one of the rallies that I've been to have very similar experiences.
Yeah.
So it sounds like it was a really good experience.
Yep. Overall, it was very good discussions with a lot of people. Made a lot of contacts, um, and actually had quite a lengthy discussion with one of Luzerne County's Republican volunteers,
Hmm.
who was good at trying to get us in touch with T.J. Fitzgerald, which might be something that we will do for another group that you're a part of, who is Liberty First Foundation.
Okay,
So
I look
that
forward.
might be an interesting thing if I can get that together.
No, I would love to hear about that more. Absolutely. By the way, side note: how does this microphone sound? Better? I know there's more background noise. I'll work on that.
It over Messenger, which I'm calling you through, it does sound like you're picking up more, but it does sound clearer.
Okay.
When I'm actually watching the video
Hmm.
or the listening to the broadcast, you there's not a lot of background noise, but you are definitely clearer.
Okay. Different microphone. Had to redo my sound system just before the show, like literally 5 minutes
Oh,
before.
okay.
So,
Oh, so it was a mic issue that was causing the drop on Friday.
no, that's something else. God no, don't know
Uh,
what that was. That's
okay.
for people who don't know. For every Friday at 9 p.m., I'm on, or it's going to be changing. This date's going to change soon, but have a Liberty First Foundation roundtable that I'm a part of every week, and I was having a mic issue then, which is separate of the one that I had today, so I had to switch out the mics. Just so you know. Yeah. Okay. Then let me let you go. I'm going
Yep.
to pick back up, and actually, we're going to be taking a break soon. Then we're coming back. We're going to be talking about election and domestic issues here in the United States. So hopefully, you'll be able to see all of that. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right.
All right. Talk to you later, Mike.
You
Take it
got it.
easy.
Bye bye. Oops, sorry. Hello. Okay, so I see that we have a countdown timer is with us. Hello there. How are you doing? And thank you for saying hello. And thank you and appreciate you being here with us. I don't think I've seen you comment on the channel before, so I think you're new. So I appreciate that. I always love having more people on with the channel than less. So, we've talked about a lot of issues internationally, and I hope I've made it clear how these international factors are both being affected by the United States, but also are affecting here in the United States. So, it's a loop. What we're putting out is coming back to us, and it's having a big impact. And the world is getting very concerned. And they're starting to talk about things that we've been talking on this channel for a long time, things that we've been concerned about. The three regional wars simultaneously happening. Otherwise, we're calling that poly wars. And that's starting to become a bigger and bigger issue that the rest of the world is talking about, which we highlighted. There we go. Which was highlighted most recently in the Fortune article. By the way, links to every one of the sites that we're talking about, all of the articles we're talking about, you'll see that at the end of the show afterwards, about an hour afterwards, we'll put all the links up both on YouTube and on Rumble so that you'll be able to see each and every one of these articles for yourself and to read them and come to your own thoughts about them. In addition, please like, share, subscribe, please, because you can see the algorithm is not going to let people know about these conversations. The algorithm and Google and their monopoly, they don't want people to have these conversations, to have people call in, like you just saw with Dal, to call into the program and say, hey, this is what I experienced. This is, it's not the hype coming from any news organization. It's not the edited version from the mainstream media. This is real people having a real conversation and having their real thoughts shared. And I think that's incredibly important. So I hope that people are appreciating that. And if you do appreciate having real conversations with real thoughts, nothing scripted, nothing controlled or edited by the approved messaging from the mainstream media, well, then please give us a like and a share. It does help. It does make a difference. By the way, earlier when I was talking about Iran, some people may have thought, Mike, you're being hyperbolic. Iran isn't that bad. They don't hate their own people. They don't control their own people. When I was mentioning that Iran does poison, well, there's also, most recently, Iran police shot a woman because they were taking her car because she was upset she wouldn't wear a hijab, the head covering. So in Iran, this is why they hate America. This is why they hate every American, regardless of your political ideology, is you don't do what they want. They're willing to shoot their own citizens. They're willing to shoot women because they're driving a car and they don't have a head covering. Think about the inhumanity that requires. Think about how crazy that is. We're talking about the 19th Amendment here in America. People are saying they want to vote for Kamala Harris simply because she's a woman. In Iran, they will shoot a woman because she doesn't have her head covered. They will take away her car because she doesn't have a scarf over her head. Now think about that for a second. Think about that. That's how great America is. That no one cares whether or not, if you're Muslim or Christian or Jewish or whatever, you can be Hindu, we don't care. You can be whatever religion you want to be and drive a car, whether you have a hat on or whether you have a scarf on or if you don't, whether you shave your head or you have braids in or you color it purple, no one cares. No one cares whether you're male or female. No one cares. And in Iran, they care a lot. And that's why they hate us. Because we don't care about something so minor, so unimportant. Because you have the freedom to make a choice. If you want purple hair, go for it. If you want to have a hat on, or if you don't want one, that's your choice. If you want to believe in Christianity or Judaism or Islam or Buddhism, that's your choice. That's your freedom. But you don't get that in Iran. And this is why they have Hezbollah and they have the Houthis and why they have Hamas and why they're all attacking not only Israel, they're also attacking the United States. They're attacking United States citizens. That's why Hamas took American hostages. That's why they still have those American hostages. Because Iran hates all Americans. Doesn't matter who you are. They hate you because you exist. Because you don't do what they want you to do. But yet we are becoming more authoritarian. And we see people like Kamala Harris, like the Democratic Party, that are becoming more authoritarian and trying to convince people to live kind of like they do in Iran, which is obey. Don't ask questions. Do what you're told. That's a problem. That is a major problem. So let me get back to, we have some other comments here. For real, that's for real, and real as, second reel as in a film reel. For real says that the conversation is good stuff. Well, hello. And it's also saying hello to everyone in the chat. Hey there. Good day. I'm glad to see that we're seeing more new voices and new people who are watching the program. I appreciate that, and I thank you for joining in. This is what happens when you like, share, and subscribe, folks. It's great. And it makes a really big difference compared to what we're seeing. Again, I know the voice, the conversation, people want to have these conversations. That's why 24,000 people on TikTok watched our 1 minute politics in a minute coverage about Kamala Harris and her proposal to lower food prices. But when you go and look at what's happening here on YouTube, well, that same exact conversation has 14 people watching it because they don't want you to have a conversation. They're very much just like Iran. They don't want you to do it. This is exactly the same mentality that is the mentality that allows Iran to shoot a woman. Don't have a conversation. Don't speak. Don't think. Don't react. Just obey. This woman didn't obey. She didn't wear a headscarf. So Iran, they shot her. That's terrifying. That's why we need the First Amendment. That's why we need to have these conversations, even if you don't agree with me. That's fine. You can disagree. You can tell me why you think I'm wrong. Let's have that conversation, because the moment we stop having that conversation, what we see in Iran is what you get. That's the result. When you lose the freedom to speak, you suddenly become an authoritarian nation where women get shot because they didn't obey wearing a scarf on their head. That's the fear. That's the terrifier. So I think that's important. And we need to have that conversation, folks. We really do. For Real, thank you for becoming a subscriber. We appreciate and thank you for that. You actually came in. We're not done with the show. For people who are new, right about the 2-hour mark, I always take a quick break. One, because I'm talking for like 5 hours, so I need a little bit of a break. But also, and more importantly, I have a 13-year-old puppy. And yes, I know he's not a puppy, but he's my 13-year-old dog. And his life has gotten a little difficult. So we usually go for a walk at this time so that he can relieve himself. And it also, again, gives me a chance because I'm talking virtually nonstop here for hours on end. So I'm going to do that. We're going to take a quick break. It's going to be about 40 minutes. Let's see, what time is it now? It's 4:30. So roughly about 5:15, we're going to come right back. And I'm going to go in that 5:15, we're going to talk a little bit more, both about your comments. By the way, for people who are new, that's what the chat bar's for. If there's a subject I'm not covering, if you disagree with something that I say, if there's something else that we need to talk about, put it in the chat or call in. I'm happy to have that conversation with you every time. This is interactive, folks. It's not just me. But when we come back, we're going to be talking a little bit about whether or not our elections have integrity. We're going to be talking a little bit about the polling that we're seeing out there and what's new about the polling that we're seeing out there. We're going to talk about a little bit about what Kamala Harris believed in 2019 and how that affects 2024. She's had to make a couple of statements. She forgot there's video of what she had to say, and I think it's rather revealing what she said in 2019 and what we're seeing now. We're trying to talk a little bit what she's doing for families, or at least what she's telling you she might do for families, because again, when we go back to her website, there's nothing there. She hasn't made any guarantee. She's not telling you, it's not real. That's the easiest way to say it. But we're going to be right back. So what we do here on the program for new people, if you're not familiar, we actually play video from other conversations, other interviews that I've done in the past. We've had 18 years of political commentary. We've got thousands of videos and interviews with politicians and political figures. And so we play that for you so you have something to watch while I'm away. So that's what we're going to see now. And I will be back. Where is it? Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. And we'll be back in just a few moments. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today as I'm speaking with a very good guest. Someone who is, well, he's a friend. He's someone I've spoken with a lot, and you've probably heard a lot about him recently. You may have heard about him on Razor Fist. You may have heard about him recently on the Archcast. It is Blaine Lee Pardoe, and he's speaking with us today about, well, what's happening in the world right now. And Blaine, you're right here with us. Before I do anything else, I know you're a renowned writer for 37 years. I don't want to take away any thunder from you. Introduce yourself.
I'm Blaine Pardoe. I've been on the New York Times bestseller list with my daughter for one of our true crime books. I've been on Amazon bestseller lists all over the place. I'm a writer of science fiction. I write true crime. I write political thrillers. I write military history. I've been a guest speaker at the United States Naval Academy twice. I have spoken at the U.S. National Archives, the Smithsonian, the U.S. Navy Museum. Writing is my passion, and I come at it from both a historian's perspective as well as a fiction writer's perspective. So,
now, I know one of the first things a lot of people who watch the show will say to me is, Mike, you never deal with entertainment. You, in fact, hate entertainment. Yes, but there's something much more important here. When we see that the politics is interrupting our entertainment, I've mentioned it many times, that's a problem. And when we see that the principles, the cancel culture is destroying lives, that's what we're talking about. And that's what we're going to be talking about here today, because that's why Razor Fist, Archcast, and many others are talking about it. One of the things you left out, besides behind you, is one of your more recent books, Blue Dawn, which I definitely want to hear a little bit about in a moment. But you've written for 37 years for it's a game system called BattleTech. Now, giving away my age a little bit, I remember in my senior year of high school playing BattleTech. This is about in 1986. It's a game. It's basically big robots, lasers, and rockets.
Yep.
Okay. Some gamers out there like myself may be familiar with Mech Warrior 5. That's the BattleTech universe. Kind of similar to like 40K. It's a big realm. It's a niche market, but a lot of people know it. Sci-fi people know it. I think that's a pretty fair way of saying that, right, Blaine?
oh yeah, it's been around since 1984, 1985. My first work on it was in 1985 on one of the very first books they put out as a supplement for it. So, yeah, I've been doing this for 37 years. I'm not going to be doing it anymore.
Right.
Catalyst informed me that going forward, they do not want to publish any of my work. I had 2 or 3 novels in flight at the time and a number of short stories that were either completed and had already gone through edit or were done and awaiting edit. And they simply paid me for those and said, we're no longer going to be doing business with you going forward.
See, now, a lot of people hearing this will say, well, I don't understand why all these people are getting so excited about this. Why are they so interested in this? An author is not working with a company. That would be one thing. But the story, and part of the story that's left out, and I know you've talked a bit about it, and I hope this will be somewhat cathartic as well, is why they after 37 years, it's not that you aren't selling, that you don't have a fan base. It's not that you're still interested in it. It's because a convicted criminal had a bot account on Twitter and said, well, you're not woke enough. Is that a good way of summing that up?
Well, this person stalked me for a while online. I'd written an editorial. I've been writing editorials, by the way, since the 1990s. I wrote an editorial saying I was against Confederate statues being torn down. As a historian, I just felt that was wrong. I also felt that they were individual pieces of art and that this wouldn't stop with the Confederate statues. And this was, by the way, way before 2020 when I wrote this editorial. And this person started labeling me a neo-Confederate. And I cut the person off. The person pretended online to be female lesbian nurse who was in the middle of adopting 2 children, listed her where she went to college, etc. It was a very robust resume that was there. And my whole thing was, well, I'm not going to give you my social media platform to call me names and things along those lines. So I blocked the person. This person got upset over a tweet that I put out, and her and another person contacted my publisher to have my books pulled because they claimed I had inserted hidden Confederate messages in my novels. The publisher was Catalyst Game Labs. So you understand the background of all this. Catalyst is the licensee of BattleTech. It is owned by Topps, and Topps has recently been purchased by Fanatics. Topps is the baseball card company, which I think most people know.
Yeah.
And, they complained. Catalyst did a top to bottom review of a year's worth of my social media, as well as looked into the books to make sure I hadn't snuck in some hidden Beatles play the album backward kind of message about Confederacy, which obviously wasn't there. And I thought this was over. Then when I wrote Blue Dawn, which is, I will grant you, it is a conservative political thriller. It was designed as such. It's an alternate history book. Its target audience is conservatives. When I wrote that book, just the announcement of that book coming out triggered this person to threaten my life. And they did so on multiple occasions, reaching out to fellow authors, spreading those things, and sending some pretty nasty hashtags and some other stuff, threatening videos, showing Trump supporters being beaten and stuff. Law enforcement got involved. I got a protective order in place against this person. And honestly, we found out it wasn't a 30 or 29-year-old lesbian who's adopting children. It was a 39-year-old guy living, with his father. His internet bills were being, sent to his grandfather or had his grandfather's name on them. He had been fired from his job at a big box store for issuing terroristic threats. He pled guilty to that. He's banned at that store and any function that they have. They've opened what's called a black file on him, which is real interesting. So this was a repeat offender. It was a criminal that was doing this. My publisher was aware of it. And I told them, I said, when Blue Dawn does come out, I intend to reference this, in some of the articles that I will be writing about this as an example of woke culture. And the president of Catalyst said, hey, I'd do the exact same thing if I were you. So, it was amicable, and I thought, well, they understood. Well, this person continued to rally people against me. And the left works really weird this way, but they then, when my last BattleTech book came out in February, started complaining not to Catalyst alone, but reaching out to Topps and to Fanatics. Mm-hmm. And so when I got the call, it was, Fanatics has told me, this is what the president of Topps told, or president of Catalyst told me, I've gotten a call and it's from Fanatics and they told me to make this go away. So we're no longer going to publish any of your stuff going forward. And I said, well, wait a minute, where did this come from? And he said, well, it's because of this ongoing feud you have with this person. And I said, I'm not feuding. This person threatened my life and I'm merely telling people about it. That's all. And that became, well, it stirs up trouble every time you do anything, anytime you post anything. There's negative feedback. And this person's gotten a number of followers and they're complaining, and I'm just making this go away. He referenced some of my social media posts. He said some of those are inflammatory. He said the quote that he used is, "You're alienating half of my client base." And I said, no way. I know the sales numbers on the book that just went up. Sales are exactly what every standalone novel that I had done were selling at. And I said, and the ratings for the book were exactly the same as the other books I'd written. So I said, 4.8 out of 5 on Amazon is not bad. And so I said, when you say I'm alienating your client base, tell me what you mean. The sales don't show that. And he said, well, sales don't matter. So when I heard that, I realized, okay, this is more about my political leanings. I pointed out to him, I said, you've got a number of liberal authors that write for you, who post things online that are incredibly vile and insensitive. So I assume they're being let go as well. If you're doing this with me, you're doing it with them. And he's like, nope, you're the only person we're doing this with.
Okay, so let me step in because
Sure.
there's so many things about this that just don't make any sense. I also want to make sure people understand. I've been talking with you at least once a week since I believe it was March, maybe February. So about 5-6 months now, I have had conversations with you on every topic that has been out in the media, hot button issues. People can see I put out videos about some of them. And I can say that in 6 months, now when you get to speak to someone every week for hours at a time on every hot button issue, you find out pretty quick where that person is. You can't hide that. It's not like one conversation. Maybe I heard this or I didn't. It comes out pretty clear. Blaine, I've heard you talk about everything. You are average American and you're rather nice about everything. I'm a hothead. I mean, people look at me and they go, oh my God, Mike's going off right now. And we've talked about we have some of the same ideas. We have some of the different ideas, but you've always been respectful. You've always been well thought out. You've always been someone who has a considered position and you stand by your point of view. I respect all of those things. I don't think anyone wouldn't respect those things.
Thank you.
And yet they're coming to you and trying to create this literally a mythical persona of some kind of, I don't know, right-wing monster that they want you to be. And your publisher, who knows you for 37 years, goes, oh, well, that's scary. That doesn't make any sense.
It didn't make sense to me either. And one of the things I told him was, you need to inform the fan base. I told him, I said, I don't want you to throw me under the bus, but you need to explain to the fans what you're doing. And I left that to him. And he assured me that would happen. It never did. It took 2 months for us to get payment straightened out. So I kept quiet during this whole period. When my next book came out in the Blue Dawn series, A Most Owed Civil War, back in June, when the Amazon always sends out those announcements, if you've purchased a book by this person before, here's the new book.
Yeah, the new
my former editor got that, and he sent an email to me and the president of Catalyst saying, I don't want this drivel associated with BattleTech. Now, bear in mind, the book wasn't even out. He hadn't read it. And this is a guy but I have bailed out on so many occasions. With short.
You've made many books with him. How can you say that? Many successful books with him.
It kind of blew my mind because what I was really being told was, we're not going to take the same action with our liberal writers who are writing things that are very offensive to conservatives. But you got to bear in mind, conservatives tend not to pick up the phone and call the corporate headquarters to complain. We just kind of roll our eyes and go forward. The left love this. So I gave it very serious thought and consideration. And I was like, this isn't fair to the fans. I've been writing this stuff for 37 years. I've done 20 plus novels and novellas. I've done 25 source books for BattleTech. I've actually been a very big advocate for BattleTech, and I still am, by the way. I will not say anything bad about BattleTech.
No, and no one's asking you to.
And I won't. And I don't, people have been screaming, should we be boycotting this? And I'm like, you got to do what you want to do with your money. I'm not encouraging that either. It's not where that, if I wanted to inflict harm, I'd be the first person going, yeah, boycott them. I'm all for it. But I don't think boycotts really work. People say they're going to do it and then they don't. And, I don't want to be that guy. I'm not an activist at all. I'm just a guy that got targeted. And so I announced this last week in American Greatness. I had an article posted on it. And we were in talks with a number of different media channels about where to go with it. And I've also had a piece come out in a different magazine as well on this recently. And, these are mainstream conservative sites. They're not crazy. But what the woke do with this, and I think this is what your listeners need to know, these guys have gone out and data mined everything I've ever written. Mm-hmm. So they went through my Twitter account, and I wrote 2 pieces about how I thought diversity and inclusiveness programs in corporate America were pure BS.
I agree.
They don't have a definable target. They don't have any tangible proof that what does a diversity program that they actually increase quality or reduce cost.
Right.
And they're they're literally in a corporation looking for someone to be offended so that they can move on and tackle that. And they're not effective because they use training as the primary change mechanism to drive their change. That's all the articles say. Right. It doesn't say anything about gays, transvestites, or anything else. They've used things like that and said, see, he's homophobic. He's a trans hater. So they take stuff like that and they label it and go that way. So on January 6th, I've written a column for American Thinker where I said, this isn't an insurrection. There's no scenario here. Nobody's been charged with insurrection. And there's no scenario where Donald Trump was going to walk out at the end of the week as president, No. And so the argument it's an insurrection is stupid. Was it a mass trespassing event? Absolutely. We could argue all that all day. They turned that around and said, see, he's a seditionist. He's an insurrectionist. I questioned whether the last election, whether there were shenanigans. That's a word I used, by the way, shenanigans. Was the last election really valid? I don't know. And I put it that way. That was labeled as, see, he's a Trump supporter. He supports the big lie. He's an alt-right Nazi. So they take your little innocent comments completely out of context, I might add.
I don't get this, Blaine. Why is it that whenever you, me, there's many of us out there, when we ever say, I have a question about whatever they're feeling at that given moment, I have a question. The next thing I hear back is, you're a racist, you're a sexist, you're an ist, you're a phobe, you're a demon, and you are the problem. Wait a minute. I asked a question. If you're so bloody confident that you've got the right answer, why can't you answer my question? I mean, that should be simple, right? Because when they come to me and they go, Mike, you've got to answer this. Well, I have an answer. I don't like that answer. I didn't tell you would. No, well, that's not good enough. Well, it is good enough. That's my answer. No, that means you must be an ist and a phobe. Prove it.
Well, the part that was hateful, and I probably shouldn't share it, but I do want to say it. My son's gay, and I completely support him and have his entire life. And so for them to come out and say I'm anti-gay or anti-trans, I have actual experience in that community through my son. I don't have any issues there, but they don't really care. And what's been really interesting is since I made this announcement, obviously the fan community got upset. Mm-hmm. And that wasn't really my intent. My intent was, look, you guys keep asking me when books are coming out. I don't know because they've been canceled, so they're not coming. The fans got upset, and it's interesting. They one of the fans put up a poll on Twitter going, "Do you support Catalyst's decision?" Well, somebody, and I'm not going to say who because I don't know for sure, we're out buying bot votes So at one point, I'm up like 56% to 10% or something. And then in 30 seconds, 3,000 votes dumped in.
Out of nowhere.
And they were all one way. And, I'm like, you guys are literally making the case for me.
Wait a minute.
My points are right.
We got to add in, this is on a Twitter feed that's got a couple of hundred followers.
Right.
And suddenly 3,000 brand new people who've never been involved suddenly decided to vote on this.
Right. And so they took it down, they ran it again, and somebody went out and bought more. So the guys put it up on YouTube now, and I haven't looked at it today, but I was it was like 80% or 85% of the fans were against what had been done with me. It's amazing. And what's funny about this, not funny, pathetic and sick is what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
They've won because I'm not writing ballots. So the left has won.
Yeah, from there.
Have not stopped their attacks. As a matter of fact, they've now escalated them, and they're going after other fans who think it's a bad call. And so they always have to have a target. And it's a lot like, I was telling my wife, I feel a little bit like Trump must. Okay, I'm not in office. You're still going after me. It's like they have to validate what they've done. They have to go, everybody needs to be on my side on this issue. And if you're not, you're part of the blame problem. And it's really, I think it's detrimental to the hobby as a whole. And I don't think it's helping creativity, because to me, this is censorship at the source. I get it.
It is absolutely censorship. And it's bad for everyone, because it means one of the big things I hate is not allowing people to think. It's like Grammarly. I hate Grammarly. Why? Because it's a program thinking for you. You're not thinking, it's giving you words. I don't like I don't like restrictions on speech. C16 in Canada, Jordan Peterson's spoken a lot about that. You have the words you can't say because of whatever reason. I don't agree with that. That limits thought, that limits the ability of someone to make a choice. And in every medium that we see that, it is always for the negative. It never helps anyone. It always grows, because you can never satisfy these people. They'll just pick another person. They'll just continue to attack. It never ends.
I told that to the president of Canada. I said, you are literally putting them in charge of your publishing department. Because once they know they've won, they will do this now on any subject. If you put out a book that they feel doesn't have enough transgenders in it, or gays, or other woke themes baked into the novel, that author is going to be the target of their next wrath, because they got away with it. And I said, you're literally turning this over to them. And they're
going to turn everything into Mary Sue Ray out of Star Wars and all of their books, because that's what they want. It's like, you've got to do that. And, and probably the next time, instead of Finn being just black and comedic, he's going to be black, comedic, and gay, most likely. I mean, that's what they're going to turn their characters into. Well,
and I'm all in favor of having trans characters or gay characters, as long as it makes sense for the character. As long as it's, as a writer, I go, how is this fundamental to the actual character, and what does this do for their arc? When you just do it for the sake of doing it, I don't think it adds anything to the creative process at all. It just looks like what you're doing is virtue signaling.
Well, yeah, but
I've got 3 trans characters in this book, and I don't play that game. I'm not that guy. I'm not going to sit around virtue signal this stuff. But it's been amazing, because here they've won the battle. You took me out. Congratulations. 85% of the fans hate the fact that it was done, and now they're just waging war amongst themselves, going, well, you guys need to understand how evil Blade really was. The fact that you sit around data mining my stuff and trying to put a spin to it is amazing. It literally tells me that you are sitting in your parents' basement with your pants around your ankles on the internet all day. And my applause to you for trying to take me out. but you're only hurting the rest of the fan community, and you're making this a toxic event. Yeah, I had one person today go, "You're just doing this to sell books." Well, if I was going to do that, I would have released the story on June 29th when my new book dropped. The reality is I got 6 books or 7 books that are going to be released this year. Having said that, at any point in time, I always have a book out.
Yeah.
That and you're telling me if I'm writing conservative thrillers, I shouldn't at least mention them during all this? Well, you're just a moron. I'm going to do that because I've been told I'm no longer going to have a revenue stream from Battletech. So I'm going to do whatever I have to do to maintain my level of sanity. And if I decide to promote, well, I'm going to promote. But it isn't about that. And what this is about is censorship at the source. Yeah. We're not going to have conservatives doing writing. Now, bear in mind, my politics don't reflect in the book.
Well, I want to mention something to people because I know personally, by the way, and people are wondering how important you are to Battletech, by the way. I love Razor Fist. He mentioned the quote. I think it may have come from you did a live stream with him yesterday. I do advise people to look at it. He called you the George Lucas of Battletech, which I thought.
I think he was exaggerating a little bit.
But maybe. But I personally know that literally, as I said, we have been on roundtables. We have spoken about many, many subjects for 5-6 months in a row. And I cannot name one time where you ever mentioned Battletech. Literally until this weekend, when I heard this news and I looked back, that was the first time I found out that someone I've been speaking with for months I knew you were a writer and I knew about Blue Dawn. I did not know about the Battletech, and I just thought you're a political writer. So I wasn't really even thinking about it. So for them to say that you're bringing politics, I'm like, when? It's never happened.
No, it hasn't. And it was interesting today. I did get a call from Catalyst yesterday. The president called me, and I took the call, which there was a lot of debate about that while the phone was ringing. And he apologized for the editor, saying my work was drivel, which was nice. I still haven't heard from the editor. I doubt I will. Today, he put out a statement and something along the lines of Blinking wasn't canceled. We just released one of his old novels this weekend. It just dropped. They've reprinted one of my books. So they're like, see, he's not canceled. We're just not going to do anything with him going forward. So again, now back to the subject you and I talked about just yesterday, they're redefining what canceled is.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to play with the definitions a little bit, but I'm not going to react to his statement other than to say, I have a transcript of what was said because I transcribed my notes, typed them up because I knew there was going to be points of contention. I haven't made all of those public. If I have to, I will, to defend myself. I don't want to have to do that. I'm hoping that they can find a reconciliation amongst themselves for this. The fans keep asking, are you willing to go back? And I'm like, I've kind of been stabbed in the back. There's a real trust issue here. I don't personally see a scenario where I can go back into that culture because I don't know if I can work with these people and trust them. And I don't think they want me back either at this point.
We're going to take a quick break.
Sure.
We'll come right back. And then I'm going to ask a question about that subject, about what's the future and how that entertains. Okay. So, Blaine, you just mentioned the future. People are saying, will you go back? Now, I find it interesting because we're seeing right now that they're redefining what cancel is. And they're doing the rounds, by the way, for my audience that know. They're going out, they've gone to Happy Gamer, they've gone to PC Gamer to suddenly put out articles, brand new articles, BattleTech hasn't done anything since 2018, and it's still a great game in 2022. All the articles came out literally 4 days ago. They literally have, so they're trying to support their public image. Because I think someone, either at Fanatics Incorporated or at Catalyst Lab Games, has realized this may not have been the best idea we've ever had. And so I have to think that they're considering we may want to try and go back, because if I remember correctly, when Razorfist was speaking to you, they came to you and said, hey, how about some pro bono work? Help us with BattleTech. Am I right?
Yeah, it surprised me, and it came from Randall Mills, who I really have a ton of respect for as a person. And he works at Catalyst, and he reached out to me and said, we're doing a coffee table book about BattleTech, and we're getting quotes from people who are major contributors for it, and we want a quote from you. And I said, Randall, if it was anybody else, I would have gone off the rails on this. But I said, do you really want a quote from me? You just told me 6 weeks ago that I was banned from BattleTech going forward. And now you're asking me to write you a piece that will help you sell product by talking about what a great universe it is. And it is a great universe. I have no problem with that, but I have a problem with you asking me to write something when you just told me we don't want you to write for me. And he sent me back a nice response, but the meat of it was, but we're not going to pay you for it. So it's not a paid thing. And I'm like, so how is that making it better? And I was going to respond to it, and I let it go because I knew he hadn't intended it to be mean.
No.
It just came out that way. And, between that and the letter I got, or the email I got from John Helfers calling my work drivel, somebody who I'm really, John has called me up a few times, in the middle of the night going, can you help me with a project? I need something in 2 weeks. It's an emergency. To me, it just was disingenuous. And it just was kind of cold-hearted on their part. And I got the feeling that they were just very casual about what they had done. And that bothered me. And I talked it over with my wife. No, and I wrote Blue Dawn. My wife came right out and she said, this is probably going to cost you at some point, BattleTech. And I said, no. The fans will be able to tell the difference between my political ideology and fiction.
Different genres. Completely different genres. Yeah.
A fiction book. And, the free market system, I was like, the free market system will determine what's right, what's wrong. If they don't buy the book, they don't buy the book. I'm good with that. But she was right. She was 100% right. She's a very smart woman. And, it did cost me, but I have zero regrets about that. This all comes down to your values,
yes,
your ideals. And I offered to write under a pseudonym when he told me this. I said, you've got other authors who they use pen names. I'll just spin up a persona. Yeah. That has zero social media presence. You can publish my stories. No one will know who the author is. And at least my fans will get to read stuff. And at some point, maybe down the road, when this woke crap is gone, I can go, by the way, that was mine. And he said, nope, that's not good. That's
wait a minute, it worked for Stephen King. Stephen King did that. I
know. It works for a lot of writers. There's a number of military science fiction writers that write under 3 or 4 pseudonyms. And I know them personally. So I'm like, it was weird. It was a strange situation. And, it was clear that there was no due process with this. It wasn't, let me present you what they've said online. Let's talk through it. It was, we've rendered judgment, or I've rendered judgment, and you're just not going to write for us anymore, and that's it. And, that's part of this whole cancel culture thing is there's no court, there's no, well, wait a minute. And some of the pieces that, by the way, they're saying I wrote, that, snippets online are not things I wrote. They're fake. They're completely made up.
That's not new for them. They do that a lot.
They do it a lot, but it's like, I haven't experienced it personally up to this point. And it was like, I looked at one and I was like, I don't even use those acronyms. It was something about AF, and I was like, I don't use the as F, that's not my nomenclature even that I wrote that, but it's being used as a piece of propaganda again about what a terrible person I am.
See, they got to create their own little narratives. To an extent, I've had this happen. Like when I've been out, I've run for a couple of elected offices, and I've done speeches at various colleges. And I've had them come up to me afterwards and they'll, well, you said, I'm like, okay, I have over 1,400 videos. I've been doing it for 15 years. I've written over 2,000 articles with 2 million words. Please show me the sentence where I've ever said anything like that. I've never said that in my life. And they go, well, no, but I'm sure it's you. It's like, it doesn't exist, guys, because they can't. I think it's their worldview that when they're proven wrong and they know that they're wrong, they have to find something. They have to create something so that justifies why they're so vitriolic.
Well, you got to bear in mind this group that goes after you, they're on the internet constantly. So this is the only place they have validation. It's the only place they exist. In the real world, they probably don't contribute a heck of a lot to society. They probably have a menial job if they're employed at all. And they're literally people that don't, the only place that they have any presence is online. And this makes them feel powerful. It gives them some degree that I exist and I'm important because I can do things against other people. And it's really both sad and pathetic that this is what they're doing, because it's like, gee, most of these people have not had the balls that God gave a sand flea to ever reach out to me personally about any of this. But they feel that they're fully empowered to say and post nasty things about me online. And it's, I come from a generation where, we didn't like things or dislike things, thumbs up, thumbs down. We actually talked to people, said, I have a real problem with what you said, or did you realize the context of what you said if I take it out of context? And I even talked to the publisher about that at the time. He said, well, some of the things I've seen that people are circulating, these quotes, you take these out of context, they're very offensive. And I said, but you just said it. You just said out of context. And I said, I could go through a whole bunch of your stuff, pull it out of context, label it any offensive thing I want. And he goes, well, yeah, but that's how the internet works. And I'm like,
case in point.
You're a publishing company. Context is everything.
Yeah. Isn't that the whole point? We're using words. They have meanings. This is your job. Like, it's the core of the job.
I know. It really blew my mind. And I'm sure that they will paint me as the great Satan, and I really don't care at this point. I know what I've done. It would take a lot for me to go back to Baltech. I'm never going to say never. I think that's wrong to kind of dig your heels in, but this is a question of trust, and my trust has been shattered. And I, how could I trust somebody that did this to me once if they won't turn around and do it again?
Well, I think it's also a matter of principles, and I have to applaud you. And as I said in my tweet to you when I found out about this, I'm looking forward to buying your next book. I'm also looking forward to being involved with the creative juggernaut, if that's still moving forward. Yes, I found out about it. I did some research. I know one of your next projects, and we'll talk about that in a second. But I want to be there to support you, because I think a lot of people, no matter what you may think about cancel culture, if you think it's a big deal, a little deal, you have to remember people are standing up for their principles, for what they believe, for free speech. And we have to recognize
Why do 70% of critical thinkers ditch Disney Plus
because they found something better. In today's economy, every dollar counts. So what's worth subscribing to? Let's compare Disney Plus and no Soundbites allowed. With Disney Plus, you're shelling out $140 a year for virtue signaling shows targeting mythical modern audiences. Plus, a theater visit could cost you $40 or more. Ouch. Now imagine a platform where fresh perspectives, insightful interviews, and engaging discussions are at your fingertips. That's no Soundbites allowed. And the best part? It's free with an option to support only if you choose. While Disney Plus ticks off virtue signal checkboxes, no Soundbites allowed offers real talk and sharp analysis. Perfect for those who crave depth and clarity. Why break the bank for entertainment? Subscribe to No Soundbites Allowed and enjoy meaningful content without the hefty price tag. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us back again for the second half of our Sunday live stream. We started at 2:30 in the afternoon Eastern Standard Time, reaching out to hear from all of you from everywhere around the world. We know we have people over in Sweden, in Saudi Arabia, in the United Kingdom, many other places that are checking in with us, and of course, around all of the United States. And we welcome and thank each and every one of you for as much time as you spend with us. We appreciate it all. We love that you like, share, and subscribe so that we can have more conversations with more people every time that we are on. This is year 7 for us, so we've been doing it for a while. We appreciate that you come and drop in. Now, earlier today in the conversation we were talking about, we mentioned that today is the 103rd anniversary of the 19th Amendment, which allowed women to be able to vote. And to all the women out there, you should thank a Republican. Go out and thank your local Republican. I know many Democrats are saying that means you must vote for Kamala Harris because you have no choice, you have no agency, you have no voice. According to many of the Democrats out there, because of the 19th Amendment, you have to vote for the first woman that's available, which is Kamala Harris. That's not true. That's called slavery. You should have choice. You have freedom of choice. And you should remember, it's Republicans. Yes, Republicans that made it possible for women to have the 19th Amendment and have the right to vote in the United States. Not Democrats. They were voting against it. But that being said, let's move forward. And in the first half, we were talking a lot about what was happening internationally, how there is a feedback loop, that we are seeing that what is being done in America is going out to other parts of the world and coming back to us. This is a negative feedback loop, a vortex that is making things more and more difficult. And the fact that we have a zombie president, a zombie part-time president in Joe Biden, and we have had the failures of Kamala Harris in every aspect of her job as vice president, that has increased the tensions in the world and has made it more likely that we're seeing violence. In fact, now we're starting to hear from some of the organizations out there, as mentioned in Fortune magazine, that they're now starting to confirm what we have been warning about for a couple of years now, that the United States is on the verge of having to face off with not a 3-war front. That's not it. Not 3 fronts on 1 war. It's not World War III. It is 3 simultaneous regional wars, what we like to call poly wars, as quoted by Priti Upala when we were speaking at Freedom Fest. Poly wars. That is what we are looking at, and it is becoming more and more of a reality as we have weak leadership with ineffective laws and inefficient government. That is the net consequence of that. And if we continue that, not just in 2024, but whomever may be winning in 2028, that is the outcome that we would see around the world. It's something that we have to be aware of, which is why we are talking about this. Now, that doesn't mean that you have to agree with me. Just because I'm black and Hispanic doesn't mean you have to agree with me. Just because I'm a man and I'm heterosexual does not mean you have to agree with me. And I know many Democrats out there would say, well, no, you're just too low on the ranking of equity. Equity doesn't count. We're talking about meritocracy. Entirely different. Now, We're saying these and we're talking about these things because the mainstream media doesn't want you to talk about it. They don't want you to have these conversations. They don't want you to think about what is affecting all of our lives in the United States and around the world, because they lose power when that happens. Google is able to build up a monopoly, and they have been found to be a monopoly in courts. They built up that monopoly by restricting information from you, by giving you only one path to travel, and that path leads to the fortification of the 2024 election. We disagree with that. And whether they try and suppress us or not, we are always going to continue to exercise our free speech. Whether Keir Starmer in the United Kingdom wants to send his police across the ocean, across the pond, to come and try and arrest me, I dare you, Keir Starmer, I dare you and your constables from trying to shut down free speech in America. I won't let Americans do it. I damn sure won't let someone from another country do it. That's for sure. So we're going to talk about these things, and we're going to speak openly and honestly about what is affecting our nation. Now, one of the biggest things you've heard since 2020 and a little bit in 2016 is that this is the most secure and perfect election that has ever existed. We have never seen elections so secure and so perfect as we are seeing today. That is the message that you have to say on YouTube. It is what you have to say on social media. Otherwise, they'll delete your account. But at the same time, according to Politico, because I can't say it on my own, I can't voice my opinion on this. I can only tell you that according to Politico, in their article on cybersecurity from August 12th of this year, which you probably did not hear about, that wasn't mentioned in the mainstream media, well, the message is that the nation's best hackers got together every year in Las Vegas in August. All the hackers come together and they go to see how secure are our voting machines? How secure is our voting system? And this year, like every single year that they do this, they found that it is vulnerable, that it is not the most secure as we have been told, that there are problems, many problems. And worst of all is the problems, I do have that section down there. According to their statement, the problems will not be fixed before the November 5th election. That's right. I want to be clear about that. We know that our voting systems have vulnerabilities. We know that hackers in the United States came together for one weekend and were able to highlight those problems in our voting system. And in doing that, in one weekend, and presenting those problems to governors and state legislatures and the federal government, and showing them the problems as they exist, we will not have that fixed before the 2024 election happens. That's just a fact. It's not an opinion. It is not me trying to change the way you vote. It is a statement of fact as reported by Politico, which is a credible news source. And I know that they'll try and shut down my channel for daring to tell you the truth, for daring to tell you what has been found. Now, I believe I had it here. Here we go. While there have been no foreign cyber attacks taking wide swaths of voting machines offline on election day or evidence of hacks that affected the results, the risk is always there. Keywords here. This is in the reporting itself. There are no wide swaths of voting machines offline on election day. Notice they didn't say not any. Notice they didn't say no foreign cyber attacks took out any of the voting machines, that knocked them offline. They didn't say it didn't happen. They said it didn't happen widely. That's an important thing to note. They go on to say, quote, if you don't think this kind of place that there are events like hacker conventions that are happening 24/7 in China and in Russia, you're kidding yourselves. This is one of the experts at the hacker event in Las Vegas speaking about this. We are we are here only for 2.5 days and we find stuff. It would be stupid to assume that the adversaries of the United States don't have absolute access to everything. Remember, the 2020 election, the 2016 election, the 2022 election, and of course, the 2024 election are the most secure elections that have ever existed. That's the public line. That is the statement that news medias require, what social media requires to be said whenever talking about an election. Otherwise, you get deleted. But the fact is, the reporting is, in 2024, in August, based on 2.5 days, that may not be very true. Any issues found in these machines, most of which are used in at least one jurisdiction around the United States, would need to go through a complex process to be fixed, and that takes much longer than 2 months until the November general election. Voting villager organizers are frustrated. Despite years of security findings, voting machine vendors aren't moving more quickly. That's what the voting village is, the hackers that come together every year in August to check the security of our voting system. And there are errors. There are weaknesses. They go on to quote, "There's so much basic stuff that should be happening and is not happening. So yes, I'm worried about things not being fixed, but they haven't been fixed for a long time, and I'm also angry about it." This is one of the experts at the voting village, the hackers coming to check on our election integrity. This is obviously one of the reasons why voters aren't coming out to vote, voter apathy, because we can't trust the system, because we know for a fact that there are problems, even though the public line, the line from the mainstream media, the line that has to be said in social media is that it is the most secure that has ever been, and we know that isn't the truth. That isn't the fact. I'm not saying it. Politico is telling you that. That is the finding from a 2.5-day hacker summit in Las Vegas that happens every year. And 2024 is no different than 2020 or 2016 or even 2022 for that matter. It is not the most secure ever. That's just a fact. But you're being told something entirely different because you have to be told that this is the most secure. Because if you don't, you will question the outcome. You will have questions. You will ask for voter audits. You will say to each state, audit the election because I'm not sure. I don't have faith. I don't trust you anymore. And we shouldn't trust our governments implicitly, especially when it comes to elections. I truly and continue to say we should have audits. The New York Citizens Audit, using data from the New York State itself, found 53,000 homeless individuals are registered in New York State to vote. Now, you may say to yourself, well, Mike, why is that a big deal? Because 53,000 homeless people don't have an address, and you need an address to be able to vote. So how can 53,000 confirmed homeless people vote in New York State elections when they don't actually have an address? That is a concern. It's similar to some of the concerns that are being brought up by Voting Village, the hackers in Las Vegas. And keep in mind what he said there. You have to be insane to think that in Russia, in China, in Iran, in every nation that hates or dislikes the United States, that they don't have a team of experts working on the election insecurity every day, every year. It's in their interest to do that. And so it's in America's interest to fix these things as soon as possible, which we're being told will not happen. It has not happened in the past. It won't happen in the future. We're not getting these changes. So it is not as secure as it could be or that it should be. That is a problem. But the thing is, you're not being told about this problem. You're not being told about the reality of the situation. We are being deceived into believing everything is perfectly fine. It's all fine. Don't ask questions. Hold your head down. Just obey. No, we need to speak about this and we need to fix this. Who's accountable for this? Whose fault is this that we are seeing this delay that could cause a problem for our election? I'm not saying that it did. I'm saying that it could cause a problem for any election in America. Not just the presidential. It could be the midterm. It could be the off-year elections. It could affect a local city. It could affect the entire nation. We don't know. What we do know is it can be fixed, but it isn't being fixed. And I have to ask, why? Isn't that a question we all should be asking? Why is it not being fixed when we know the problem exists? It's something that bugs me, and I think it bugs a lot of people. And it's part of the reason why we see so much apathy when it comes to voting. Because it doesn't matter how early you vote. It doesn't matter if you have 30 days to vote or a week to vote, or if you have to vote on election day. If there's a problem in the system, it doesn't matter how much time. In fact, the more time you have, the more likely that these vulnerabilities will be taken advantage of. It increases the amount of risk by increasing the number of days. That's just simple logic. It's risk awareness. The more time you have, the more likely that weakness will be exploited. Why do we not have people working on this and expediting this so that we can have confidence in the elections that we take part in? Whether you're voting early or voting same day, it doesn't matter. That's a big problem. And you're not hearing the mainstream media talk about this because they don't want to have to deal with the question, well, maybe someone will say that election wasn't the perfect election. I have a question. Let's do an audit. And I have to ask you, why are they so afraid of doing an audit? Why is it the left-leaning media that is supposed to be on your side, you the public, that they're supposed to be asking these questions, just as I am, of the elected officials that they have better contact with, and saying to them, how can the public be sure if you can't fix the problem? Give them the assurance. Fix the problem. Why can't we do an audit? It's a simple process. It doesn't have to be time consuming. Do an audit after every election, every year. Run an audit, and then we get the results. It would take what? Another extra day? Maybe an extra week at the worst? But then no one would have a question about the results. No one would be worried about the vulnerabilities that we know for a fact do in fact exist. Let's reassure the public. That's the first thing that we need. You want people to vote? I want people to vote. We know that there are many people who will not vote because they don't trust the system. They don't trust that their vote will count. Well, one of the ways to improve that, to fight against that voter apathy, is to fix the problems so that they know their vote does count and that it has been recorded properly. It's not a big ask, I think. And, for real says, simple audit. Yes, it is that simple. It's a simple audit. And it doesn't matter. I'm not saying that's going to help Republicans or Democrats or Libertarians. I'm not saying it's helping anyone. It's simple. It just confirms this is who won. This is who lost. These are the numbers. That's it. Just confirm what happened. And if you can't confirm it, then we have a problem. The problem only occurs is if something else is happening. So why not confirm it? Why not give the public that assurance? If we did that in 2016, the nation would be far more unified than it is today. If we did that in 2020, the nation would be far more unified than it is today. Regardless of who won or who lost, we would have confidence, more confidence in our system and in our leaders, rather than having this nagging thought in the back of our heads that maybe this person didn't win. Doesn't matter who you're talking about. The person there may not have won, may not have earned it, there's a problem. And therefore, you don't trust them, which means you don't support them, which means you have an issue with them and those that support him. And it's a negative feedback. It's a cancer in the society. And to remove that cancer from our society is simple. Do an audit. Fix the computer systems. The hackers have already told us what the problems are. Go and listen to them and, very simple, do an audit. Is this too much to ask for? Apparently, the answer is yes, because Democrats absolutely refuse. They refused to do audits in 2020, in 2022. If they lose, there's no need for an audit. But in 2000, they asked for audits. In 2016, they were asking for audits. So when they lose, they absolutely want to change the system and to fix it. They want audits all the time. And the moment that they win, they don't want it. I'm sorry, it's a simple thing. You can only have one or the other. Have the questions or have the assurances for the public. It's one or the other. And I myself would believe in the assurances. It doesn't matter if whomever I want to win wins or loses. I just want to know that it wasn't a rigged game, that the game was played properly, that the rules, everyone followed the rules. That's all I want. It's really simple. But we don't have that assurance anymore. And we're being told that in 2024, we don't have that assurance either. That is a problem, which means we absolutely, since we know ahead of time, it's August of 2024, we know that there is a problem in the system. So the answer should be coming from Kamala Harris. It should be coming from Donald Trump. It should be coming from the libertarians and RFK. The answer should be, and we're going to do an audit in every single state. That's it. Every state will do an audit, period. Because we know there is a vulnerability in the system, and we knew about it 2 months ahead of time. Every state will do an audit. That will help unify America. No matter who wins, no matter who loses, America will be more secure and more unified if immediately after the election, we do an audit in every single state. It isn't that hard. It can be done in a week. I don't know. Maybe it's me. I'm trying to be problem solving. I'm looking ahead because I guarantee you on November 5th, if Donald Trump wins within 1 hour of that statement, of having the news media once again seeing CNBC and MSNBC crying their eyes out, just losing their minds because Donald Trump won again, and within an hour, I guarantee you that the Democratic Socialists of America, Antifa, BLM, the far left will be running around across the 22 largest cities in America that are almost entirely Democrat, and they will be blocking off traffic. They will be rioting. They will be breaking into businesses and looting. They will be chaotic, and it will be damaging to America because their guy lost, and they won't believe it. You won't hear all of this. It's the most secure election that has ever existed. I guarantee you, if you see Donald Trump win an hour later, if RFK Jr. were to win an hour later, you're going to hear the left screaming that we need to have audits, that there was something that happened that was wrong, and that they're going to riot and protest and burn down cities because of it. So let's resolve that. Let's take that option out of the hands of the far left and just do an audit. Let's tell everyone right now that there will be an audit. Give them the assurance ahead of time before there's a problem that every state will do that so that everyone can be confident, no matter what the answer is. And I have to ask you, why won't any politician in America say that? Why won't the mainstream news media, MSNBC, CNN, the New York Times, they all have access to the same article in Politico that I did. They have the same data. They know the same truth that I am sharing with you right now. Why are they not asking on behalf of the American people to bring in security and an assurance of the solidity of our elections by demanding that we have audits? Why won't they do that? Because they're trying to fortify the 2024 election, not assure it. They're trying to drive everyone to one decision, just as they did in 2020, as we saw from Newsweek in talking about the shadow cabal that fortified the 2020 election. We know that happened. We've seen news articles about it. It has been confirmed, and they're doing it again in 2024. That's why they're not talking about the insecurity of the elections and the voting systems, why they're not talking about doing audits immediately after the election, because they want to fortify the election. They already have a goal. They have an agenda. They have a target, and that target has nothing to do with you, the American people, and what you decide. They've already made the decision. Now they just want you to follow, to obey and comply. And I tell you, don't obey and don't comply. I don't care if you write in Daffy Duck or Donald Duck or I don't care, Santa. I could care less who you vote for. That's your choice. I only ask you to make an informed choice. And if that means you're voting for Dr. Cornel West or RFK Jr. or you're going to vote for Donald Trump, that's your choice. I'm not going to try and stop you. But we should be sure that your vote was counted. Whether it was for Santa or Donald Trump, I don't care. Your vote should be counted. And we should have the assurance that it was. We don't have that right now. And we need more people to talk about that. We need more people to talk about that. In fact, we also need more people to talk about polling. Do you remember, this was back in April 3rd of 2024. You were told, oh, the polls are wrong. If political pollsters were physicians, this is coming from, this is the Boston Globe. The Boston Globe put this out. If pollsters were physicians, large numbers of them would be getting hauled before medical disciplinary boards for misdiagnosing their patients. Misinformation. Many pollsters performed poorly in the last 3 national elections. They exaggerated the support in 2016 and 2020 races and inflated the strength in 2020 congressional midterms. Yet, in the midst of another tight White House 2 seasons out from the election, they're again making confident, if changing, predictions about the outcome. So, in other words, don't believe your eyes. Don't believe the numbers. By the way, in April, Donald Trump was winning. Donald Trump was winning, and oh my God, something must be wrong with the polls. Mind you, whenever we've seen that a Democrat has been winning, the polls are perfectly fine. They're okay. Matter of fact, if you're looking at the polls now, you hear nothing but the polls. This is what the polls look like with Joe Biden in. And I want you to see this. You see that Donald Trump generally and regularly was winning in the polls. Consistently winning in poll after poll after poll, going back many, many months. Going back to, oh God, this is back in April of 2023. For over a year, Donald Trump was overwhelmingly winning. Only by 3.1%, within the margin of error. But he was winning consistently in virtually every single poll that was out there. 8 out of 10 polls would show that Donald Trump was winning. 1 out of those 10 would show a tie, and 1 would show that Biden was winning. And those polls, we were told, they're not real. They're not good. They're not accurate. Like the Boston Globe said, this is malpractice. It's just not, you can't trust it. It's not real. Joe Biden's going to win because he's the bestest ever. Joe Biden is brilliant. He's sharp as a tack. In April of 2024, when he was working part-time, when he only put in 6 hours a day, 5 days a week, and the Boston Globe knew it. MSNBC, the New York Times, they knew it, and they didn't tell you. And when the polls said, oh, but the public doesn't want Joe Biden, when we saw polls that said that Democrats, 58% of Democrats didn't want Joe Biden, they said, well, the polls are wrong. They just don't know what they're looking at. Oh, no, the polls are wrong. But today, if you look at the polls today, if you listen to the pollsters today, oh, the polls are perfect now. You know what? It's going to be Kamala Harris. They're telling you non-stop for the last 2 weeks that Kamala Harris can't lose, that Kamala Harris is winning by a landslide. She is devastating Donald Trump. She's winning by 1.4. Half of the lead that Donald Trump had. Half the lead of Donald Trump. And they are now predicting that she's going to win, and it could even be possibly a Democrat landslide. These are headlines that you are seeing in Twitter, on the newspapers, in the mainstream news media, CNN, MSNBC, ABC News. You're hearing them all say, it's been a title change, and Kamala can't lose. She's winning everywhere. She's winning by less than the margin of error, by less than the amount of win of Donald Trump. Now the polls are absolutely stable. Now the polls are absolutely confident. I'm pointing this out for everyone so that you can see the hypocrisy that is going on before you. When it was helping, or rather, when it helps to fortify the 2024 election to help Democrats win, then polls are absolutely perfect. The election machines are absolutely fine. Better than ever before, more secure, more accurate than anything you've ever seen. The second that Republicans are winning, the second that third-party candidates show any kind of bump in activity, then something's wrong. It's all broken. You can't trust it. Something's happened. It's not real numbers. Don't believe that. I want you to see that hypocrisy. I want to point that out for you because they're using this against you. This is part of manipulation. This is part of the fortification of 2024. This is turning the 2024 election into an election of feelings and representation. It's no longer about substance. Substance has been thrown out. Substantively, we have concerns about the election machines, as we should. Substantively, we have concerns because the polls, sometimes we're told they're accurate, sometimes we're told they're not. There's no consistency in the answer that we are receiving. Either the poll is accurate or it's not accurate. You can't go back and forth and say the same polling institution doing the same kind of poll, coming up with different answers, is suddenly one answer is perfect and the other answer is suspect. I can't have trust in that. And if we don't have trust in our elections in America, then we are no different than Angola or Zambia or any other third world nation. If we do not have trust in our elections and we cannot be confident in the people who have been elected, then we don't have a nation. We have an autocracy. We have a dictatorship or an oligarchy. But you have a lot of things, none of them would be a constitutional republic or a democracy. That we would not have. And that's the thing we need to talk about. And I know Google and the censors out there, they hate talking about this. They don't want you to think about this. Because if you think about it, you might not comply. And I'm telling you, don't blindly comply. Whether you want to vote Republican or not is up to you. I am. You don't have to. But don't be blind to what is happening around us. We have comments from For Real. Says, yes, we need trust. I agree. I think we all agree about that. I think that's a fundamental factor right now. And I know we get this distraction all the time. It's about early voting. It's about how easy it is to vote. It's about black people or women or Hispanics or Asians. They're not voting. None of that is true. Every single American citizen can vote with ease. Everyone. Any American citizen who wants to vote and is of age will vote, as long as you're not a felon. If you're not a felon and you're over the age of 18, you can vote. And people do. And we have no data anywhere in this nation that black people are being suppressed and stopped from voting. There's no data that women are being stopped from voting, or Hispanics or Asians. There's no data. Everyone who wants to vote is voting. And they're voting at about the same rate as any other group. Blacks vote about 2 percentage points less than whites do. They come out and vote just as much. They get registered to vote just about as much. It's that people are apathetic. They don't trust our leaders. They don't trust the system. They don't trust the mainstream news media because the media isn't doing its job. There is a partisan propaganda that is being assailed at us. We're seeing it in entertainment. You see that in the cartoons. You see that in movies. You hear it in songs. You're watching entertainers. What's your favorite sport? Basketball, football, baseball? And tell me how those haven't been turned into partisan propaganda as well. Whether it's for the left or the right doesn't matter. It's been turned into propaganda, and that means this is one of the reasons why all of the entertainment is taking a downturn. It's why so many movies has failed. It's why no one wants to be, or why so few people are with Disney Plus. Because it's not worth it. Because it's about propaganda and not entertainment. And that really hurts people. So I wanted to bring that up because no one else is talking about this. No one else wants to have this conversation with you. I will. And if you disagree with me, I'm okay. If you disagree, please go into the chat and tell me why you think I'm wrong. Or call into the program at 929-715-8569. Call in and tell me why you think I'm wrong. I'm perfectly happy to hear your answer. If you think that the elections are more secure than they have ever been before, even though the evidence says that's not the case, tell me why. Is there evidence I don't know about? I don't think there is, but I'm happy to see that evidence. I want that reassurance. Please prove me wrong if you can. I want to be confirmed. I want to be assured that my vote will count and will not be messed with. I want to be assured that the dead will not vote. My father was a Republican. He's dead now. I don't want to see his name on poll records voting Democrat. Can you assure me of that? At the moment, you can't. And that's a problem. I want to be assured that the news media are paying attention to the details. And that means that they're getting polls that are accurate, not biased, that are actually reflecting the conversations people are having, not what the media wants you to have. It's a simple thing. So we have some comments here. Dow says, when we go back, there's a couple of comments here. So Dow says, we as a populace need to be able to extrapolate through conversation and critical consideration of evidence and trends to see the consequences and not write off the results as a conspiracy. I agree. How do we get rid of the conspiracies? How do we make people, how do we make people confident? We do an audit. We have the media actually double check. We have a conversation as a nation about making these things secure and making sure that the polls are accurate. That's it. It's real simple. We stop shoving propaganda down everyone's throat at every single turn. We have the uncomfortable conversation with people who don't agree with what you or I or anyone else might believe. We have the conversation. We actually talk about the issues. That's how we fix this. For Real says, are you worried about illegal immigrants voting? Yes, I am. Because we know that in many states, in California, in New York, you have illegal aliens are allowed to get driver's licenses and other forms of ID. And the problem is, in New York State, as an example, when you get a driver's license, when you get an ID, you are automatically registered to vote. That's part of the system. It's already embedded into the system. It's a checkbox. Boom, bip, you hit the box. When you're speaking to the attendant, they blip, hit a box, and it's done, and you get registered. And now, if you have an illegal alien who has an assumed identity, they're getting an ID, you have no confidence. There's no way to be confident that they aren't getting that. And I know people say, but Mike, they're going to get a different ID. Sometimes. Sometimes they'll get a different type of ID. And you still have to remember, it's also those same Democrats that say, oh, you don't need ID to vote. So even if the ID says on for that illegal alien and says they are an illegal alien, they're not a U.S. citizen, who's going to ask them for that? When they walk into the voting booth and they say, I need a provisional ballot so that I can vote in this election, I am registered, because this is a huge system. 8 million people in New York City. 5 million people, I believe it's 5 million people are registered to vote. About 2 to 3 million actually vote, but about 5 million are registered to vote. If you don't know someone's an illegal alien, there's no way that you're going to find out unless you have it in the system automatically. But they're not. And they come in and say, I want to do a provisional vote. And no one's going to say, okay, and I need your ID. They're going to say their name is, I don't know, Jose Achebe. They could be from Ghana, they could be from the Congo, they could be from South America, they could be from the United States. I don't know. They're going to ask for a provisional ballot, and it will be taken. And we have elected officials who are saying, don't. In 2022, Connecticut, the head of the Board of Elections was removed in court, was removed from her job because she had instructed her employees not to check the signatures and to verify votes that should not be verified, that by state law were illegal and could not be counted, and she counted them anyway. That happened in 2022 in Connecticut. I covered that story. I remember it very clearly. And so to say that, oh, are illegal aliens voting in our elections? Some are, yes. Because the way the system has been put together, there's no check and balance to stop them. And unless you know what you are looking for, there's no way to identify them. The one thing that might help to identify them, having an ID and saying, hey, prove that you are an American citizen. Do you have your driver's license? Do you have your non-driver's license? Do you have an ID? The very same ID you would use to go and get a beer, to walk into a nightclub, to go to Las Vegas and to gamble, to get onto a plane. The ID you use for buying cigarettes, for your life, to pick up medication, the same ID you would use for any of those things are the ID that you would use to vote. And we can't ask for that because some Democrats say, well, that's racist. How is it racist? If it's not racist to show an ID to buy cigarettes, if it's not racist to show an ID to buy a beer at a bar or to even get into the bar, if it's not racist to show an ID to get on a plane, how is it racist to go and show and prove who you are when you're voting? How is that racist? You're not supposed to ask that question. You're damn sure not supposed to answer that question. And the news media doesn't want to deal with the question. The answer is, well, you're racist. That's the answer that they want to give you. Because asking that question and saying we should fortify, we should protect our elections, we should give the assurance of having voter ID because everyone has ID, that assurance is being removed from the public, which means people don't trust the election. It's a good question, for real. And yes, I am concerned about it. Even if that voting is only, think of it like this. There are some 20 million illegal aliens in the United States at this time. Plus minus. Could be as high as 30 million. Some people say it's as low as 15 million. Tends to run higher, not lower. So we're probably closer to 30 million than we are to 15 million. Let's call it 20 on the low end. And let's say that out of that 20 million, only, 20,000 illegal aliens are registered to vote in New York or California or somewhere in the country. Do you know how many elections are a pivot on just 100 votes? Do you know how many times I have been in Broome County? I lived there for over 20 years. in Broome County. Do you know how many elections I've seen, local elections, at the local and state level? How many elections I have seen that have turned because of a dozen votes or less? There have been congressional races, members of Congress that have been elected or reelected or thrown out of office for less than 50 votes. So that changes America. That changes laws that may or may not get passed. That has a definite and definitive impact. And you say, well, Mike, but the election, it's a national election, presidential election. It's not going to change who's president. It might. You can't guarantee that it won't. And okay, maybe what if it doesn't change the election? But if it changes everybody who's in Congress, if it changes everybody who's governor, if it changes everybody who's in the state legislature, does it matter if it changed the president? Does it really matter if everyone else has been altered? Does it matter if it doesn't alter the presidential? Again, that's a question. You can tell me, Mike, I don't think it matters. You can tell me it doesn't make a difference. You can tell me it's something you're not concerned about. We can have that conversation. And what I'm asking for is that conversation. CNN, MSNBC, the mainstream news media should be asking this question. They should be talking about this. But they won't, because Democrats don't have an answer other than the only answer they give every single time, it's racist. But they never answer the follow-up question. The media won't ask, and they don't answer the follow-up. How? How is it racist? Is it racist to ask for ID to get a beer? No? Okay. How is it racist to ask for ID so you can vote? How? I do not understand that, and they never give an answer. It's racist because it's going to stop black people from voting. Black people buy beer. Black people go on planes. Black people get married. They buy things. They use ID too. So unless you're telling me that black people are incapable, and I know Joe Biden has actually said that black people are incapable of finding out to using the internet and finding where election polling locations are. He said that actually to Don Lemon on CNN's Town Hall 2022. He actually said that. It's insane. But everyone else who has their mind with them, they don't have an accurate argument. They just don't. Let me go on with some of the comments here. Dow says, whether they do or not is a moot point. Just by residing in the country, the illegal aliens have already affected representation in Congress. Well, yes, because 720 people per member of Congress, it does shift areas, voting blocks. It does change that. So you are correct there, Dow. Dow goes on to say it's almost a guarantee that illegals will be voting in states with lax election oversight and ID authentication practices, like New York State. That's correct. For Real goes and says the Pride community is all over the WNBA and judge you negatively if you don't agree with their views. Look, I don't care if people are gay or straight or whatever in sports. Knock yourself out. I don't care if you're gay or straight or whatever in life. Doesn't matter. As long as you're not affecting a child and everyone is consenting, I could care less. That's your life. It's behind your doors. Go do whatever you're going to do. I don't want to know about it. But it is wrong for any group to judge you based on they have this opinion. No, you ever notice, I say this a lot, we're always told we have to have the feelings that the left has. The left has a feeling. They have an opinion. And therefore, we should be forced to have that same opinion, that same feeling. We have a problem. We are the problem if we don't have the same exact feeling and same exact opinion as the left. Why in the hell is that the case? Why can't they have my feeling? Why can't they have my opinion? Why is their opinion more important than my own? They never answer this question. They never address this. They always avoid this. It's always, but they have a feeling and they're right. Well, maybe, but I think I'm right. And I have a feeling, and it's entirely different. So if we have to talk about feelings, my feelings matter to me, not someone else's. And that's the right thing. And I understand completely if my feelings don't fit your feelings, that's okay. That's why you have your own. You have agency. You're not a robot. You're not a clone. You're not a slave. You can have whatever feeling you want. And I don't care what feeling it is. It's yours. Keep it. I have my own. And you don't have to have my feeling, and I damn sure don't need to have yours. That's why we're human beings. But the left does not respect that. They do not respect that at all. For Real says, I think this election may be lost because of the 10 to 20 million illegal aliens spread all over the country. I don't think that's the case, but I understand the fear. I do understand the fear. I would be more concerned about local races. I would be more concerned about members of Congress, state legislatures, governors. I'd be more concerned about those races than I would be about the presidential. I think you would see more of an impact because those races at the state and the state and local level are more likely to be smaller races, more easily affected. When you have a race of where there's 100,000 people in a district or 50,000 people in a district or a town of 50,000 people and you have an extra 500 votes, that can make the difference. Again, I have seen dozens of races where it has been decided by 12 people or less. Over years now, over the last 2 decades, I've seen at least a dozen different races where it was 12 votes or less. 500 illegal aliens changes that outcome. So I'm more concerned about that. And the news media doesn't want to talk about it. But if I change who's going to be on the school board, and I change who's going to be in the sheriff, if I change who's going to be the mayor, if I change the city council, if I change the state legislature, does it matter that I didn't change the president? Everything on the local level that's going to affect my life, they're all been changed. So whether or not the president changed, your life has changed. And that is a problem that exists right now, and it needs to be discussed. And the news media hates me for this. The social media hates me for saying this, and they will suppress it. That's why this channel is suppressed. 18 years of doing this. I've had interviews with national candidates for president, vice president. I've had conversations with credible candidates for Congress, for the Senate. I've talked to credible candidates for mayors and governors, and yet they want to suppress this channel. It's not the quality of what I do, it's the fact that I have a question that they don't want to answer. This is why it's so important that you guys support. Your support makes all the difference. It truly does. Okay, let me move on. I wanted to, so we did talk a little bit about the polling, which I think it's too close to tell. When I think I said this before, when Trump had 3.1% lead, did I think that would make the difference? No. What told me and why I believed that the polling was indicating that Trump would win versus Biden was that there was over a year of consistent results saying the public wanted Trump, not Biden. That's what was important to me, that 8 out of 10 polls consistently for a year were saying Trump would win. That was more important than having 3 percentage points more than Biden did. What I'm seeing today is short term. We've had a month of Kamala Harris, who hasn't answered a single question of she won't go on MSNBC. That's left-leaning. That's friendly. She won't talk to them. She won't go to CNN. They're biased as hell. She won't talk to them. She won't have an interview with the news media about the most important election that she's ever been in. And more importantly, we even have Democrats who are saying that she shouldn't talk to the media or the public and tell anyone her policy positions until after the election. On the Friday roundtable, this came up, and there was an article of Democrats literally saying, elected officials saying that no, Kamala Harris should not actually reveal any of her policy positions until after the election if she wins. That's it. That's insane. That is a blank contract that you're trying to sign in that case. That is someone who is selling you a lemon car. This is a horrible way to do. No government does this. None. It is insane. We need to know where she stands on the issues. She has to earn our vote. Being a woman of color, is not a reason to vote for anyone, ever. That's a characteristic. That's not a qualification. I don't know how many times I have to say that, but apparently I need to say it more. Speaking of characteristics and qualifications, I want to... Hang on one second. This is from C-SPAN. So we have C-SPAN. And this is an event. This is then Senator Kamala Harris, who was at Portsmouth, New Hampshire. It was a Democratic dinner, and she was speaking. She was the keynote speaker at that time. She was running at that time in September. She was at about she had about 5% of Democrats supporting her campaign for the presidency, about 5 to 7%, and it went down from there. Her campaign in September was running out of money, and she was losing support at that time. And what I'm going to play for you right now is something I think is kind of important, because this is Kamala talking about power. And I think it gives us an understanding of her mindset. She won't talk to the American people. She won't tell us what she believes in, what she stands for, what she plans to do. So we have nothing to rely on except what she has already said to us. So this is what she said in 2019 when she wanted to be president. This is what she had to say to Democrats. Oh, come on. Hang on. Let me refresh this.
Your 2024 just got bigger because Six Flags Great Adventures Vegas.
Sorry, it's an ad. I know. Gotta skip the ad. Okay. So, sorry. Had to get to the right spot. So, again, Portsmouth, New Hampshire, 2019, September 2019. And this is going to be Kamala Harris, yes, talking about power.
And I learned, I think I was, 22 when I started that work. I learned that with the swipe of my pen, I could charge someone with the lowest level offense. And because of the swipe of my pen, that person could be arrested. They could sit in jail for at least 48 hours. They could lose time from work, and their family maybe lose their job. They'd have to come out of their own pocket to help hire a lawyer. They'd lose standing in their community. All because of the swipe of my pen. Weeks later, I could dismiss the charges, but their life would forever be changed. So I learned at a very young age the power to impact real human beings that we have when we hold these offices. And I was just a lowly deputy DA. Yet we have a person in the White House.
Okay. I believe I covered the whole thing. I wanted to show the text here. It was supposed to be playing the text as we were speaking. Where is it? Power. Where is it? So she was talking about power. She was talking... Oh, here it is. We have a person who holds the office of the United States who does not, and this is what I think about that's important. As she said here, we have a person in the White House who holds the office of president who does not fully, nor even partially, understand what it means to have power. She's talking about how she had power. She started her comment from up here when she was 22, and she's talking about power. And I think you should be terrified because that's what she's obsessed with. This is what Kamala Harris is about. Power. She wants power. She thinks she deserves power. She thinks that she can wield power, the power of the presidency, better than you. That's what she's saying. And she's been very clear about it. She's talking about how when she was DA and AG, it was about her power. It was about what she could do to people and how she could affect people because she had power. And she was in love with that power. She enjoyed that power. She learned how to wield and abuse that power. These are the things that she's saying to us, that she could change someone's life with the swipe of her pen. Did you see her face when she was saying that? Did you see how she was saying that? That she was enraptured with having power. Not that she did something to help these people, that it was the right thing to change these people's lives, to arrest them. She says even if she arrested them and changed their life, even if she released them afterwards, she had already changed their lives because she had power. That doesn't like someone who's trying to responsibly wield power. That's someone who is telling you they're having a thrill just being in power, abusing that power. That's what that's telling me. We just listened to about 2 minutes of Kamala Harris abusing power, telling you how she wants to abuse power. Again, this comes from C-SPAN. This is Kamala Harris as a senator talking to Democrats in New Hampshire. I'm not making up anything. I didn't edit. This is what she had to say. That's from 1857, 1855 in her speech to 20 minutes, the 20-minute mark in the speech. It's right here in writing for you. And the link will be included. Nobody wants to discuss this. No one wants to go over and ask her about her comments about power, about how she felt changing people's lives, even if she later changed her mind, but she could change their lives, and it would seem she did change people's lives because she had the power to change their lives. This is who Democrats want to elect. Someone who is in love with power. Someone who's so in love with power, she won't tell you what she stands for. She won't tell you a single position that she actually has. She will not put it in writing. She will not do an interview with the news media. She is avoiding the American people. She is avoiding the questions from the American people because she loves power and she wants the power. And the best way to get the power is to say you have to vote for her because she's a woman. You have to vote for her because she's maybe black. She's a woman of color. You have to vote for her. Otherwise, you're a sexist and a racist. But you don't know what she stands for. And the only thing that we can find out is she wants power. She believes in having power. She enjoys wielding power. And she thinks she's better at wielding power than everyone else. She thinks she's the best at wielding power. That's something that you would hear from a dictator. That's something that you would hear from an autocrat. This reminds me of people in the 1930s in Europe. It is a terrifying thing to listen to this woman talk about power as she denies you your power to pick her. You have no information. You have nothing. You just have her telling you you have to vote for her because you're black. You have to vote for her because you're a woman. You have to vote for her because you're a Democrat. Not because she's the best, but because she feels like she can wield power better than anyone else. Because she wants the power. Because she is ambitious and deserves it because she said so. Does that make sense to people why I am terrified about Kamala Harris? Why I have never liked Kamala Harris. In 2019, I was covering the 2020 election. I covered many of the candidates in the 2020 election. I was talking about Kamala Harris back in 2019. My position about Kamala Harris hasn't gotten any better because she's not a better candidate. She's not a better choice. And it has nothing to do with the color of her skin or her gender. I don't care about her genetics. I don't care about her upbringing. I don't care about the color of her skin. She's a bad person. Politically, she is a bad choice. She offers nothing and wants to take everything. That isn't a good reason. I often say on this channel, and people who have been watching me over time have heard me say this over and over again, I want politicians that are effective and efficient. That's what elections are about. I don't care if they want to have a beer with me or not. I don't care. I don't care if I like them or not. If I think they're a good or bad human being. If I like the way they speak. I don't care about any of that. None of that is relevant. What is relevant is, are you effective? Are you efficient? That's why we elect people, or at least that's why we're supposed to elect people. And Kamala isn't, and she knows it, which is why she will not provide us the evidence. If there is anyone on the left that thinks that I am wrong, that thinks that I have misrepresented that, if they think that I have done this out of context, please let me know. Again, I am showing you the source that I am using. I am showing you the source. It is C-SPAN. I'm showing you the very line that I am quoting here. I'm showing you in context what she said and who she said it to and how that applies to you. That's what she said. It wasn't when she was, this isn't a comment from when she was 22. This isn't when she was DA or AG and this is the next election thereafter. This is her talking about her past and her love of power in 2019 before she became VP. She should answer about this. There should be someone. Where is the National Association of Black Journalists? Why have they not asked her this question yet? I can tell you why. Because she was supposed to be on stage with Donald Trump when they interviewed Donald Trump. And Kamala Harris ran away. Kamala Harris said, no, we're not going to have the conversation. Kamala Harris canceled the conversation because she doesn't want to answer a question like this. You once said, you know how to wield power. That sounds authoritarian. That sounds like a dictator. Explain yourself. Why should we give you the power? What are you going to do with the power? Am I asking for something that's too much? Am I asking for something that's too crazy, folks? Tell me. If you think I'm just out of line, Mike, how dare you ask a black woman why she wants power? How dare you ask a woman what she would do with the power if she's given it, even though she just said that she's power hungry? How dare I say that? Yeah, I dare. I dare say that. And I think we all should. Look, I understand. Kamala Harris thinks that she is absolutely brilliant. Listen to this, okay? She came out. Kamala Harris. Hang on. Nope, wrong one. So, Kamala Harris, on Friday, came out and she finally told us, she didn't put it in writing, but she told us that she had an idea. She has an idea about helping people. And her idea to help people is to give a $6,000 child tax credit. I'll get to that. She said she's going to do what Donald Trump is going to do, remove taxes on tips. So she's a copycat. She copycatted Donald Trump on the tax on tips. She copycatted J.D. Vance on increasing the child tax credit. I will get to that. She also said she'll give $25,000 to homeowners, an increase from $5,000 to $25,000 for first-time home buyers. That's a problem on its own. That's how we get the housing bubble. I'll explain that in a second. But she also said that she would lower the price of food because of price gouging. That price gouging is the reason why the price of food is so high. It's corporate greed. Corporate greed is making food too expensive for you and I. And that's the problem. And she's going to fix that by making the government even bigger, and they're going to have even more government intrusion in private business, and that's how she's going to bring the price down. Okay, that's what she said. That was on Friday. Same day Friday, I have 4 reasons. It took me, as soon as I heard her speak about the price gouging, I instantly had this video set up. I actually had to trim it down. It was a 3-minute video where I was going through all of the examples of why she was wrong. But I cut it down and I made it very simple. This is 1 minute long. And in 1 minute, I'm going to debunk Kamala Harris. I'm going to explain with clarity 4 reasons why she has no idea what she's talking about. I'm going to give you 4 reasons why she can't bring down the price of food with this idea about price gouging. And let me play that for you right now. By Kamala Harris. Here are the 4 reasons why Kamala Harris is lying to you about lowering food prices. Number 1, price gouging. 37 states already have laws in place about price gouging. If it was an issue, you'd be seeing those states take action. Number 2, interest rates are at 5.5%. With unemployment at 4.3% and increasing, you're not likely to see the rates come down. Number 3, war in the Ukraine. Ukraine is responsible for a large part of the fertilizer and the wheat in the world. Since the war started, there's been a 30% decrease in the amount of food in the world. Prices have increased because of that. And the main reason why we're seeing food prices increase is inflation, because debt spending. Democrats spend more by about $2 trillion than we bring in. The more money we print, the more poor people become even more poor. Unless Kamala Harris is going to slash Democratic spending by 50%, we're going to see that continue to increase. Those are the 4 reasons that Kamala Harris knows very well why she's not going to lower food prices. There you go. It's real simple. 4 reasons. Laid it right out for you. And this is the video, by the way, that is getting 24,000 views. Maybe more at this point. Nope, 24,000. It's been up for about 24 hours. 24,000 views at this point. 24,000. Only on TikTok. YouTube, yeah, they won't show it to anyone. They won't let people see this because they can't fortify the 2024 election when I, just little old me, can actually point out 4 reasons, guaranteed, absolutely efficient, effective, nonpartisan reasons why Kamala Harris just doesn't know economics. She has no idea what she's talking about. Price gouging, that'll do it. It's corporations. Oh, it has nothing to do with it. I have been talking about the food crisis. I started warning people about the food crisis that was pending in January of 2022. You don't have to believe me. Go back, look at my live stream, my Sunday live stream in January of 2022. You'll hear me talking about the food crisis. You'll hear me warning people. You will see for the entire year of 2022, I had warned people about how to protect themselves from the food crisis. 30% less food in the world. I continue to mention to people, the answer is you have to prepare. You have to buy more rice, more wheat, more long-lasting foods, some canned foods, because we are still in a global food crisis. 30% less food today than in 2019. And as long as there is a war in the Ukraine, which is responsible for I believe 15% of all the fertilizer in the world and about 30% of all the wheat in the world. And as long as that war is going on, there will be a global food crisis, which means at the soonest, at the very soonest, if tomorrow, if Putin ended the war, if the Ukraine took back all of their land or Russia took the land, it doesn't matter. The war in the Ukraine ends tomorrow. The global food crisis will not end until the fourth quarter of 2025. Because we still have to get through this year, collect all the crops, go through the winter, in the spring, plant the food, let it grow, and in the fall, we would then be able to get that food. So we're looking at least, at the soonest, if tomorrow all of the war ended in the Ukraine, it would take at least an entire year, 2025. It would be the third, fourth quarter of 2025 before we would see the global food crisis end, which means food prices would not drop until the third or fourth quarter of 2025 at the soonest. That's it. And that's something Kamala has no control over that. The United States government has no control over that. The world markets have no control over that. That is a war. That is a consequence of the war that is happening, and it cannot be resolved. Cannot. I don't care. You could be on the left, on the right. You could be third-party candidate. It does not matter. You could be talking about this in Spain or in Brazil or in China. It makes no difference. It cannot be resolved unless that war stops. And only after that war stops, then it would take at least a year for the crops to be grown and then the food crisis to end. Which means Kamala is lying to the American people. She's lying to your face. That alone is debunking what she has said. Has nothing to do with price gouging. Has nothing to do with corporations. That's a simple, obvious, in your face. Everyone in the world knows this, but you didn't know you knew this. Everyone knows the war is going on. Not everyone realizes what is happening because of that war. Not everyone knows that the Ukraine is the breadbasket, not just for Russia, but for Eastern Europe. And their food, the wheat they make, actually goes and helps feed all of Africa. It has a global impact. Most people don't know that. Most people don't know that we here in the United States and around the world rely on the fertilizer coming from the Ukraine to help grow the foods we need. And without that fertilizer, less food is grown around the world. Whether you're growing corn or you're growing soy or you're growing anything else. That's a fact. These are economic absolute facts. It is indisputable, which is why no one is talking about it with Kamala Harris. This is why no one told that to Kamala Harris. It's why no one in the news media is asking Kamala Harris, how do you get around the war? How do you get around the global food crisis? In fact, since 2023, the mainstream news media doesn't even want to refer to it. They stopped talking about the global food crisis. They're not mentioning that there's 30% less food in the world today than there was in 2019. They don't want to tell people that. That's one of the reasons why there is higher prices of food, and you cannot resolve that. You can't get around that. And if you're being honest, if you're being a good president, you tell that to the American people. The American people can understand. They can make plans. They get it. Just tell them the truth. so that they can plan around that. Okay, we know food prices won't go down until at least a year after the war in Ukraine ends. I can make a plan for that. I can try and save around that, or I will buy extra food to last until that. I've been helping people with that, and we've been saying that on this channel for years now. And people who've been listening to us in 2022 have saved a hell of a lot of money by buying extra wheat and flour and canned foods back in 2022 going forward. And they have extra food now, whether that's for their family or they're giving it away at soup kitchens and at, what do you call that? They give away food. That's just what's been happening. Yes, John, I do see your comment there. I do see you there, John. So it's obvious, folks. It really is. Hang on one second, folks. I just want to check make sure no one's. Just making sure I didn't get a call that I missed. Okay. So, I mean, it's that simple. It is literally that simple. And the reason why no one is pointing this out is because Kamala wants power. And Democrats want power. Democrats want to be in control. And Kamala wants to have the power. She wants to be president. She wants the control. But it seems very obvious to me that she doesn't know how to be an effective president. She doesn't know how to be an efficient president. When she's promising, and this is why she wouldn't put it in writing. This is why when you go to her website, you don't see her policy. You don't see her food price gouging policy. You don't see that. Why? Because then she would be held accountable. She can say she misspoke. She said it in a speech. Well, I misspoke, or I changed my mind, or I didn't know the details. She has ultimate denial because there's nothing concrete. She didn't tell you anything. She just made a speech, just like any other stump speech. It isn't policy. Put it in writing. It's policy. She didn't. She won't. Because it's not supposed to be policy. Because it's a dumb idea. Because it's impossible. There's 3 other reasons beyond the one I just mentioned, and that one is instantly verifiable and makes sense to everyone in the world. I don't even need another reason. There are more reasons, and hell, there were more reasons than I went through in my 1-minute review. I cut it down. But really, I only need one. And that should tell you. And voters should be looking at this going, oh my God, this doesn't make any sense. She's out of her mind. She's just blowing smoke up your bottom. That's it. She's not a serious candidate. She's not a serious person. That isn't a serious answer. Price gouging is not the problem. If there is anyone on the left that would like to try and dispute this, if there is any elected official of any party that wants to dispute this with me, anyone from around the world that wants to have this discussion and talk about the global food crisis and whether or not Kamala Harris being elected is going to change that or change the price of food in the world, please, I am open for that conversation. Please, the chat is right there. Tell me how I am wrong. Any elected official, anyone on the left, Democratic Socialists of America, any of the progressives out there, do you want to tell me how I'm wrong? Do you want to go through this conversation? Because I don't think they will. I think they're going to run away. They're not going to say a word. They're in their echo chamber, and they're going to say on Twitter, and they're going to tweet each other and say, oh my God, she's so brilliant. Of course, it was the corporate greed. That's been the problem. It's greedflation. That's what they actually call it on the left. It's greedflation. It's those evil corporations. And it's their fault. Oh my God, we've got to have more government. We need more taxes. Punish those rich people. It has nothing to do with any of that. None of that is accurate or applies. None of that resolves the problem. Not even for a second. And this is why a lot of people are saying her answer is communist. Well, it's not. It isn't communist. Kamala Harris saying that she wants to control the price of food isn't communist. It's authoritarian. Now, there's a big difference between the two. Both of them are absolutely, neither one has anything to do with America or democracy or freedom. Absolutely not. But it isn't communist, it's authoritarian. Yes, price fixing is a problem. And yes, that is part of communism, but it's authoritarian. It's about power. And as we just saw her say in 2019, she is the best at wielding power because she said so. She makes the best decision on how to wield power because she said so. She should wield power because she said so. And this is the example of how she will wield it, by creating more government, which will have more employees, more people working, requiring more money to be printed, increasing inflation, increasing the national debt, but not fixing anything. Because it's not about fixing anything, it's about power. That's all it is. That's all she's about. It is insane. Look, Kamala Harris went on to say that she wants to give families a big tax break. I want you to see some of these articles. Now, this is real simple. First of all, the problem is whether you're J.D. Vance or you're Kamala Harris, increasing the child tax credit to about $5,000 to $6,000, that's about $2 to $3 trillion in spending. $2 to $3 trillion added on to the $6 trillion that is being spent by Democrats right now. America brings in $4 trillion a year. Make it simple. We're spending by almost 150%. We're spending more money than we're bringing in. We can't afford it. And that the more that we go into debt, and we're at $35 trillion in debt, the more in debt we go, the more money that we print, the more poor people become. The more you print money, the less it is worth. That is inflation. Poor people, the more inflation you have, the worse poor people are. Every single time. It is very simple. I'm not trying to throw all the math and numbers at you. I'm trying to make it as simple for people to understand as possible. And to make it as simple as possible, if you print more money, it's worth less. Poor people become more poor. It's that simple. And so whether she wants to do $6,000 in child tax credit or J.D. Vance's $5,000, how do you afford that? Oh, the answer is tax the rich. We already do. Tax them even more. They will take the money and walk away. They will hide the money. We know this. They've done this in the past. They'll do it again. That isn't a solution. If you took every single dime of the top 1% of America, took everything from them, left them with zero, you would run the United States government for 3 months. That's how much money we need. You would only, if every single millionaire and billionaire in America was wiped out, the government came in, swooped in, took all their money, every asset they had, liquidated it, and got top dollar, and used that to run the government, we would have 3 months of the United States. 3 months. That's how much money they are spending. So don't tell me that they'll just tax someone. There's not enough money in taxes. We can't afford it. So when Kamala says, oh, I want to give a new tax. Come here. Hi. By the way, this is my 13-year-old puppy, by the way. Hi. Say hi. That's the guy you're hearing in the background screaming right now, making his noise, because it's his time to go back out. But we're going to go out in a minute. But when you see Kamala Harris, and when you see, and her reason for doing this, why is she offering $6,000 that we can't afford? Because J.D. Vance said it's $5,000. that we can't afford, that they have no plan on where the money's going to come from. And that's a problem. They have no idea. This is just, ooh, you have kids? Vote for me. That's it. This is a gimmick. It's a gimmick that makes no sense, which is why it's not in writing. And more importantly, it's not economically sound. It won't work. But she's doing it not because it's a good, she has no ideas. She's just stealing other people's ideas. She's just stealing someone else's idea. She stole the tax idea. She on the no tip tax idea. She stole that. She's stealing J.D. Vance's idea just so she can say, no, I'll give you more money. I'll give you more stuff. I'll print even more money. And she leaves out the fact that, and that will make you even more poor. It isn't going to help. It will hurt the nation. It will hurt the families. Yes, she gave you an extra $5,000, but everything you want to buy just increased by 15%. Which means all of that money and more is going to be needed. You're going to need more than $5,000 or $6,000. Same thing with J.D. Vance. I have the same problem with J.D. Vance that I have with Kamala Harris on this, but Kamala Harris made it worse. She said $6,000. It was bad enough when J.D. Vance said $5,000. That's why at the beginning of the week, everyone, all of the left, came out and said, you're out of your mind. They said that J.D. Vance didn't know what he was talking about. Look at how they wrote this up. So when J.D. Vance came out and said it, here it is, CNBC. J.D. Vance wants to raise the child tax credit to $5,000. Here's why that would be difficult. They're telling you, can't be done. Yeah, look at how the left. Kamala one-ups J.D. Vance with $6,000. That's a very positive statement, wasn't it? Harris wants to give families big tax break for a new baby. That's rather positive. J.D. Vance, it's difficult. I don't know how that's going to happen. It's $5,000? How can they possibly come up with $5,000? Think about that. Look at the difference in the way that they are headlining this, the way they are summarizing, the way they are making you think about it. J.D. Vance, $5,000. Difficult. Don't know if we can do that. Don't think we can afford that. $6,000. Hey, we're going to help your family. Go have a baby. We're going to help you out. Do you see the hypocrisy? Do you see the propaganda? Do you see how basic it is? We're going to be wrapping up in a little bit. We're going to be wrapping up in just a little bit, folks. But I also wanted to address very quickly. Again, Kamala has said she wants power. Look at and think about it. This is from the Associated Press. This is from the AP. And what is Kamala saying? What do marijuana, the death penalty, and fracking have in common? Kamala Harris flip-flopped on every single one of them. She's fluid. Not her sexuality is fluid. Her political ideology is fluid. She will say whatever it takes to get someone to give her money and to give her power. And we are seeing it in real time. She told you in 2019 in New Hampshire, she wants the power. Only she knows how to use power. And she's willing to say anything to anyone to get the power. I've shown you how her economic policies make no sense. They don't work. I don't know what else I can say about that. But let me do this. I know it's a little bit early. We usually go a little bit longer. But as you can hear, my puppy hasn't been having a great day. So, even though he's not doing great. So, rather than have him struggle, I know, wait. You guys can probably hear him in the background. So rather than let him struggle, I'm going to go a little bit early, but I think I made the point. I look forward to seeing your comments, whether you agree or disagree. I'm open to hear it. I would love to hear what the argument against what I have said. I'd love to hear that argument. And maybe the Democrat progressives will write it in the comments. Tell me how you think I'm wrong. In the meantime, folks, I want you to know I'm always here. every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. to talk with you. And I'm here to hear what you have to say every week. And I hope you'll check out our channel in between as well. So with that said, let me go see what my dog's up to. And I hope everyone's going to be well. And in about an hour or so, you'll see all the links that we've talked about will be listed in the description on YouTube and on Rumble. I thank you all, and I hope you're going to be okay.